Okay, so it'll take a couple of seconds here to get on to Twitter or onto YouTube. And I always just put up this little countdown, just give folks just a chance to come in. See, now you can hear me. I'm not muting myself. There we go.
I've unmuted myself now, so my YouTube is muted.
Okay. Let's give it a second. Waving at anyone who might be popping in a little bit early.
Okay. You want to start?
Yeah, just one sec. I see we got somebody that's popped in. All right, I'm going to go ahead and just switch over. All right, for those of you joining us, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What we're going to be doing today is you all are joining our live working session. So if there's any questions that you have that you want to ask us, would you put a Q and colon and then your question, and that'll draw our eyes so that we can say, whoops, hold it. If you want to join in the discussion, like you have a suggestion or something like that, then can you put like an S and a colon and what your suggestion is? And then the four of us can stop and we'll discuss that and include you in what's going on here. Okay. So I think what we'll do first, because it's not just Juliette and me today, we're going to go around and introduce ourselves. So Juliette, introduce yourself.
Well, yeah, for those people who've seen the session before, my name is Juliette Reinders Folmer. I'm core contributor and contributor to lots of different PHP projects. So, yeah, that's about it.
John, your turn.
Hi, everyone. Good to be here. My name is John Blackbourn. You might know me better as John Billion, my online handle. I'm a core contributor to WordPress, core committer, never quite sure the exact title. I've been involved with the WordPress project for about 15 years now, I think. And yeah, good to be here.
Wow, 15 years. Long time. Sergey, it's your turn.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sergey Biryukov. I work at the WordPress core team at Yoast. I work full-time on WordPress as a core committer. I have also been involved with WordPress for a long time, and I still enjoy it every day.
We're thankful for that. And then, hi, I'm Tonya Mork. Well, you're here, so you found my channel. Welcome. I'm work full-time as well since February, contributing to core, in core and test and triage and so on. So I'm also in the PHP side of things, but I also teach and so on. So that's a little bit about me. All righty. So let me see. If you've been watching a while, you know I switched software. So bear with me if I start messing up with switching over to screenshots. So what we're going to do is we're going to switch over, and Juliette's prepared some slides. This kind of makes sense because we're going to be talking about the test suites, what needs to be done there, as well as some of the initiatives that we're working on. So the test suites can run on 5.6 up to the latest of PHP, which is coming 8.1. So she's going to introduce some of those problems and get us all on the same page before we start working on things. So give me just 1 second while I set up the slide. Okay, so let's see what's we got here. Just hold on 1 sec. Oh my gosh. There we go. All right, there's the slide for us. Go ahead, Juliette.
So everyone can see the slides?
Yep,
Great.
everyone can see the slides.
Okay, let's get started then. So we're going to talk about how to get the core test running on PHP 8.1, basically. So let's look at the current situation first. At this moment, the composer file of WordPress says we're supporting PHPUnit 7.5 and only the 7 range, and there is a committed composer.lock file. Both of these are going to be problematic if we want to run the test on 8.1. The current situation is actually problematic already when running on PHP 8 or running on PHP 5, 6, or 7. In continuous integration, this is currently solved by using a var file of PHPUnit 5 for 5, 6, and 7, and using the composer install with ignore platform requirements in PHP 8 because PHPUnit 7 does not allow installing itself on PHP 8. So that's the basic. Now, what's the problem with this setup? First of all, it makes testing locally against different PHP versions quite hard for contributors. Unless you actually know how to work Composer well and what you should commit and what not and how that all works, it's not as intuitive. You can't just do Composer update or Composer install and get it all working on whatever PHP version you need to test with. On PHP 8.1, again, just like PHP 8.0, the PHPUnit 7 will not install unless you use ignore platform requirement, but even then it will be problematic to run. And more about that later. And then we have a maintenance burden of certain things which are being polyfilled and worked around and copied into the WordPress test suite. Just to keep things working the way things are at the moment, and that maintenance burden has grown over the years and is not getting any smaller. You agree, Sergey and John?
Definitely.
Yep.
Okay.
The maintenance burden is actually probably something that is not seen as much from the end user, but it's definitely a big consideration.
Yeah. Okay, so this is where we are now. Now let's have a look at PHPUnit. If we look at the PHPUnit versions, we can see that PHPUnit 5 and 7, which are both currently used by WordPress, are both end of life and completely unmaintained and will not get any patches whatsoever anymore. And neither of these versions is supported beyond PHP 7.3 officially. If we want to get support for PHP 8.1, we will need to get onto PHPUnit 9. And well, PHPUnit 10 has been delayed a little, which with the positive side effect being that PHPUnit 9 will definitely get 8.1 support. And PHPUnit 8 probably up to a certain point as well. Now, what's the problem with making test suites cross-version compatible with PHPUnit? Well, first of all, across versions, there's been numerous assertion methods and expectation methods which have either been renamed or split. Methods like assert equals, which had 6 or 7 different parameters, has been split in 4 different methods where the different parameters are basically just set for that particular method. So assert equals with delta, assert equals ignore case, etc. If you want to use modern PHPUnit, you need to take that into account, but those assertions are not available in older PHPUnit. So hang on, we have a problem there. Second problem, the void return type was introduced for fixture methods. Now, fixture methods are the setup before class, setup, teardown, and teardown after class methods, which are used to basically create the environment in which the test is going to be run. That basically means that nearly every single test class uses those methods, but return types wasn't introduced until PHP 7 and void wasn't introduced until 7.1. We still need to support PHP 5.6, so how on earth are we going to get around this? Next up, there's a configuration file format change. That's actually the least of our problems. That was introduced in PHP 9.3, and the whole 9 range will still work with the old configuration files, but there's also a command which can on the fly update the configuration if needs be. By the time PHPUnit 10 comes out and we want to support that, we can use that on the fly command to just rewrite the configuration file on the fly. Or we could have 2 different configuration files. So that's the least of our problems. But it's still something to take into consideration, because if you want to make the test compatible and not just for WordPress core, but for any PHP project with more than one PHPUnit version, you need to look at all of these. Right. So currently we're looking at this. Officially 7.4 is not supported, but we're running on it, and officially 8 is not supported, but with some hacks and some copied in files from PHPUnit 9, we are running the test on that. What we want to do is make the test suite compatible with 8 and 9 and set it up in a way that moving on to 10 should not be a problem anymore, because that will allow us to start getting the test running on PHP 8.1, which isn't officially supported yet, though the current version 9.5 actually does run on 8.1. With some caveats, but obviously PHPUnit is also still trying to get ready. And while originally PHPUnit 9.3 was the first version to be compatible with PHP 8.0, it was later decided to still make the 8 branch of PHPUnit also compatible. So 8.5 and higher is also compatible with PHP 8.0. With some caveats, things like, for instance, code coverage will not work. So, what did we do last year? And a lot of the credit for this goes to Sergey. First of all, we switched from using a var to composer for running on PHP 8, because the var of PHPUnit 7 is not being regenerated anymore, and because it's not being regenerated, it used outdated dependencies of PHPUnit, which were not compatible with 8. So the var cannot be used, the var for PHPUnit 7 cannot be used to run the test on PHP 8. You need to use Composer. Second, originally the version constraint for PHPUnit was 5x. It was then changed to 7x. That still is not flexible enough because it doesn't cover all the PHP versions we need. But as you saw on the earlier slide, that's fixed in CI, but isn't fixed in a way which is very contributor friendly. Next, we have the PHPUnit version constraints with PHPUnit 7 not being allowed to be installed on PHP 8. And we need to tell Composer to ignore the platform requirements from PHPUnit to get PHPUnit 7 to install. The mocking in PHPUnit 7 did not work on PHP 8 and seriously did not work. That was solved by copying in certain files from PHPUnit 9 into the WordPress test suite. Obviously, those files have not since really been updated, which makes it a maintenance burden and technical debt. And there might also be a copyright issue with the fact that we did that, but more about that later. And as I said before, code coverage is just not working, at least not on PHP 8. Now, what about 8.1? What are the big problems there? First of all, on PHP 8.1, the configuration file which is used for PHPUnit, the typical phpunit.xml.dist file, cannot be read by PHPUnit 7x on PHP 8.1. There's already incompatibilities in the code in PHPUnit 7x, which prevents it from reading the configuration file. In other words, the test will never run. That can sometimes be worked around by moving what you have in your configuration file onto the command line. Obviously, that's, again, not very contributor friendly, but more so with a complex configuration file, you can't move everything to the command line. So it would limit the type of tests and how you can run your tests. So that is a serious problem. Second of all, both PHPUnit 7 as well as all the dependencies of PHPUnit, or most of the dependencies of PHPUnit 7, are not compatible with 8.1 and won't be fixed anymore because they're all end of life. So while some of those dependencies may still get an update, most won't. And any incompatibilities there will fail tests. And then you have to figure out, okay, is my test failing because of an incompatibility in PHPUnit or one of its dependencies? Or is my test failing because our own application is incompatible with 8.1? In other words, it just creates a bigger puzzle, which doesn't make life much easier. Still all on one page? Everyone agrees with what I've said so far? Any additions? Okay, moving on. What are the constraints within which we are working and what are our wishes? One, we still need to support PHP 5, 6, and 7. We do want to run the tests on that. We can't just say, okay, we only run the tests on 7.1 because that would be a false situation because WordPress still supports PHP 5, 6. And we don't want to leave those users behind. Second of all, plugins often use the WordPress test suite as a basis for their integration tests. So we need to take that into consideration because if we make drastic changes to the test suite, that will affect those plugin test suites as well. And more so, most plugins will support multiple versions of WordPress. So we also need to consider whether we can make changes in a way that even if a plugin supports multiple versions of WordPress, they can still keep their test suite compatible with the WordPress test suite. So that's an extra layer of complexity we're adding. We would very much like to be able to run the test both via a FAR as well as a composer install, because it just makes life easier if people have the choice. And we would like to make the running of the test locally for contributors easier if they can just run composer update and get the tests running on whatever PHP version they want to run them on. That would definitely make life easier for them. Now, there are a couple of options to do this. First, we have a Symfony Bridge. A Symfony Bridge exists for quite a while. It's maintained by the Symfony team, highly qualified team. It will only allow installation via Composer, so running via FAR is out of the question. They use an adjusted, customized version of PHPUnit, forked version of PHPUnit, which we have no control over. And it's a completely different community, which means that if we would want to influence something there, that would make things more difficult. What about using a WordPress native solution? Well, that's what's happened so far and has added an extra maintenance burden and some difficulties for plugins to try and get the tests running across multiple WordPress versions. So what's the alternative? Well, last year a new package was released called PHPUnit Polyfills. To be quite honest, it was released 9 months ago today approximately, and it has 750,000 downloads and 2,000 dependents already. So clearly people are liking it, and I'm really proud of it because I wrote it. PHPUnit Polyfills is very simple. It only has one dependency, and that's PHPUnit, unlike Symfony Bridge, which has a lot of Symfony dependencies. And it just loads the right polyfills if needs be, and defers to PHPUnit native functionality for older PHPUnit version. It basically allows you to write your tests for PHPUnit 9 and then still run them on older PHPUnit versions in the simplest possible way. And using an external solution like that also means that plugins can already start using that as well, which will make it easier for them to make their test compatible with multiple WordPress versions, which may or may not use the Polyfills package. So the preference at this moment is PHPUnit Polyfills. And what do you get when you get the PHPUnit Polyfills? There's polyfills for all the new assertions and expectations in PHPUnit up to PHPUnit current via traits. Traits is a PHP 5.4 feature. So the package is actually compatible all the way back to PHP 5.4 and PHPUnit 4.8. You get a helper to work around the removal of assert attribute assertions. Those have been removed. They're not going to be polyfilled because they have been removed for a reason, but refactoring the test to not use those assertions might sometimes be difficult. So there is a helper available. There is a cross-version compatible abstract test case which will work around the void issue. And that test case includes all the polyfills, so you don't have to worry about whether your own test case, which would otherwise have to include the traits, is up to date with the polyfill package. And it also has a cross-version compatible test listener implementation, because the implementation has also changed quite a few times across PHPUnit. So basically all the cross-version PHPUnit issues should be solvable with this package. So to get that in place, we need to take action. The first action we need to take is to get rid of the composer.lock file, because that makes it really hard for contributors to run things locally on different PHPUnit versions. There's a draft PR open where there's been some discussion on more than anything the CI caching side of things, but the principle of it, I think, is agreed that the proposal there can move forward. Next, we need to make sure that we start using the PHPUnit 9 assertion and expectation methods. Some effort has already been made in WordPress to do that. Some additional effort has to be made to finalize it. Next, we need to solve void. And then we can remove any and all workarounds. And lastly, we can enable testing against PHP 8.1 in CI if we do all this. And once the tests are running on PHP 8.1 in continuous integration, you'll find that there's something like 1,500 tests failing. So we can start fixing. And we do need to fix things. Not surprising, and you know, every new PHP version brings changes which we need to work with. And luckily, a lot of these changes aren't that hard to deal with, but they do need to be dealt with. Now, there is a work in progress branch I've created to do most of the first 5 action points. What we're planning to do is actually look through that work in progress branch, discuss every single commit, if there's questions, review it, make sure that what's done there is actually correct and that we all agree on what's being done there. If you want to follow along, have a look at these tickets. So there's core track ticket 47381 to remove the composer.lock, and there's PR 1511 on the GitHub, which will fix that ticket. And then the other ticket which we'll be looking at today is track ticket 46149. And there's not a PR for that yet, but there is a work in progress branch where I've stacked all the different steps in a certain order in which they should be committed at some point. And that's the work in progress branch we'll be looking at. If you want to follow along, like what we're fixing for PHP 8.1 and how we're doing that, there's another core track ticket I'd advise you to keep an eye on. You can subscribe to watch it, and that's ticket 53635, which is where we'll put a lot of the 8.1 fixes in. Right, Tonya, back to you. Does this set us up enough to start working on this?
I think it does. Hold on one second. Switch us back here. So yeah, I think that does. What I'm doing is I'm dropping in the the live chat so that folks can just click and then jump right over to the tickets and so on.
Yeah.
Let me do one more here. So there we go. Okay. So just to kind of summarize on what she just laid out for us, one of our big goals is to make sure that the test suites are able to run on all supported versions of PHP that WordPress supports, which is right now 5.6 to 8, and 8.1 is coming. All right, so there's a lot of work that needs to be done for that to occur. And if you're just joining us or you join us later, go back to the beginning and watch that slide deck, please. Are you going to publish that slide deck so that we can also put that out there for folks?
I'll be happy to publish it. I can put it up on speakerdeck.com/ref.
Yeah, I think that would be good too, because that can bring that conversation back for context of why, and then as well as all the different action items that we have. Okay.
Yeah, so let's put that link in the chat in a bit as well.
Okay, good, yeah.
Speakerdeck.com/jrf.
Yeah.
And I'll put the slides up.
All right, sounds like a plan. All right, so where do you want to start at? Go ahead and kick us off so that we can actually get working now.
Okay, let's make sure that I close the slide deck. This is the work in progress branch, and you can see the commit here from 4 days ago, which is actually a PHP 8.1 fix, which has been lined up as the first commit to look at. The reason why that is the first commit is because this is a fix in a file which is called in the test bootstrap. And if that file isn't fixed, literally every single test in the WordPress test suite will error out because of it being in the bootstrap. So that patch needs to be fixed and committed first of all.
Juliette, can you hold on? We've got someone's asked a question. I'm going to put it up on the screen here for us to take a look at. So looking at the patches and the various WP changes in core are wrong return or wrong type. Static analysis on WP core would help. And this is the question, help with those refactorings?
Yes and no. The thing is, static analysis tools, first of all, have to catch up with all the changes in 8.1 as well. So yes, it will add to all the things we can't find in the test yet. But the test will be a very reliable starting point. Static analysis will cover more than anything the things which haven't got dedicated tests yet. Other than that, yes, there is a lot wrong with both the parameter types as well as the return types in WordPress core. Tonya and me discussed this in an earlier session as well, where we saw that the Liskov principle was being violated quite often. Liskov principle being that parameter input can have a wider range of types which it accepts, and the return type should be the same or narrower, and that principle is being violated in all sorts of ways in WordPress. So there is a problem with types anyway in WordPress, and we're not going to solve that at this moment. And I don't think we should even try. We should try in the long run, but that's a far bigger project than what we're looking at today.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, that can be a future initiative that we want to continuously work on, but that's not what we're going to be doing here in this type of task, yeah.
Yeah, and if you then look at static analysis will also flag all those things. Mm-hmm. And that means that when you get the results from a static analysis tool run on WordPress core as it is now, you will get a lot of noise, which will not actually help that much to find the things we need to solve now. Mm-hmm. What it returns is valid, but it's not. It doesn't prioritize it correctly for us at the moment.
Right, at the moment. Notice that part.
We've got a couple of tickets, haven't we, to do with PHP stan static analysis. I think we've kind of got two tickets there that are sort of doing the opposite. Well, no, not the opposite thing, but two ends of the spectrum. We have got one ticket which is trying to fix all of the type, well, not all of them, but a lot of the type problems that we've got. And yeah, I think, Tonya, as you've seen, there's a lot of false positives. There's a lot of noise coming from the results. It's like, here's 5,000 problems you need to fix. And I don't think that's really a good way to go about it. We need to kind of start at the other end of the spectrum, which is get some kind of static analysis in place and configure it to not spit out all of that noise, really. And we have got 2 tickets, probably more than 2. I will see if I can find those tickets and post them in the YouTube.
Yeah, thanks for that,
comments.
John. Yeah, and we did see that when we were trying to look for the type mismatches. There's a lot of false positives, but that work still needs to be done, which is why that ticket's important, because that's going to impact us as we go into 8.1 and so on down the road, that we do need to be looking at that. But to build that in as a tool, is you're going to spend way too much time if you're looking at the types, which is what John's talking about. The effort. I've been working on that for like all year. The effort there is a big one.
We've been looking at the PHP Stan, PHP 8 issues for 9 months or at least.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, both Psalm and PHP Stan are very valuable tools, but they are very much aimed at modern code bases, which are strict typed or at least have type declarations. And WordPress just isn't one of those code bases. So the noise is just a lot.
A lot, right. Okay, so he asked one more thing here. So basically more false positives than true errors as WP is built, as WordPress is built.
Largely, yeah.
Okay. Ready to switch back over? Switch back to, you're signing in to...
Yeah, I'm just signing into GitHub because I realized I wasn't signed in this particular profile.
Okay.
Oh, gosh.
I'll get off of that till you get your code put in.
Yeah, sorry.
I don't want to show her logging in, so...
I mean, there's nothing there for anyone to see because the code is a one-time use code and I've used it.
Yeah.
And my password is just stars, so nobody could actually hack me based on this. They'd have to hack my connection in that case.
Okay, here we go.
Right. If we go to the branch, which I mentioned in the slides and which I think Tonya put in
in the slide
chat.
Or in the chat, yep.
We go to the very first commit, which I already mentioned. It's a deprecation warning from PHP 8.1, and if we don't fix that, literally every single test will error out. So if I just open that commit, what am I doing here? Okay, so to explain this for everyone here, and there's more of these type of changes which are needed for WordPress core, but this is just the first one, which is essential to get the test running. Basically, in PHP 8.1, all PHP native functions get a return type in as far as possible. And as union types are now supported, and intersection types, and mixed type, and void, and basically all types you could want are supported, and therefore the types are being added. But return types is a PHP 7.0 feature. And we still need to support PHP 5.6. So we cannot even add return types. And even if we could add return types, for something like JSON serializable, the return type is mixed. And mixed wasn't added until PHP 8.0. Now, we can, as a return type is covariant, we could get more specific and say, okay, but our version will return an array. Maybe. But yeah, that would still require PHP 7.0. We still need support 5.6. So you get a deprecation warning from PHP 8.1. The behavior will not yet change. As of PHP 9.0, expected to change. But for now, you get a deprecation. Those deprecations in a test suite will cause errors because every warning and PHP notes is elevated to an error to make sure you see them in the tests. So prohibits the test from running. The way to get around that is to use a PHP 8.1 attribute. Return type will change. Now, this is an interesting one. PHP, it's an attribute. Attributes were added in 8.0. This attribute was added in PHP 8.1. Why can we use this, and why does this not give a problem on 5.6? Well, the attributes, when they first were proposed, had a certain syntax, and that syntax changed 2 more times in PHP 8 until they finally settled on this syntax, which I'm really, really grateful for, because the hash at the start of the attribute means that in any version but PHP 8 and higher, this will be seen as a comment and therefore ignored.
Can you zoom in on that for folks so we can see it on the screen a little bit better? There you go. So you can see that comment that's in brackets there. That's what she's talking about. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
This hash means it's regarded as a comment in any PHP version below 8, which makes it safe for us to use, and which means that we can silence the deprecation warning from PHP 8.1 for the JSON serialize function, because this particular class implements the PHP native JSON serializable interface. And yeah, those interfaces have also gotten the return types. Similar, like if you extend a PHP native class, those methods will all have gotten return types again. If you implement an iterator interface, again, all return types. So for all those situations, we will need to apply this solution. Return type will change. Now, one extra remark about this solution. Return type will change is actually a class in PHP 8.1. So if you're in a namespaced code base, we would need to add a use statement for this return type will change class. But as we're not in namespaced code base, WordPress doesn't use namespaces at all yet. We can just use add the attribute plainly because we're in the global namespace. Any questions about this?
I think that's a pretty elegant solution.
Yeah.
All things considered.
Yeah, this patch has already been pulled in the ticket 53635. It's the first one. There's 2 more tickets, patches actually, which I pulled, which are basically doing the same thing for 2 other classes. The JSON serializer one is essential for getting the test running on 8.1 because it's as part of the bootstrap of the test suite. For the other 2, it's just to solve the issues when the tests for those classes are being run.
So do we want to take a look at those? We've got some
just,
core committers here that can actually commit this.
They're literally doing the same thing. Return type will change. In this case, the class implements iterator and array access. So all the methods which come from iterator and from array access, and I can show you what those are. So if we look at iterator, you can see current, key, next, rewind, valid. Those are the 5 methods from iterator. If we look at array access, you see offset exists, offset get, offset set, offset unset. And if we then look at the patch, offset exists, offset get, offset set, offset unset, current, next, key, valid, rewind. So exactly those methods which we saw are the methods being overloaded or implemented from the PHP native interface. Mm. And the same goes for the team one, which does array access, offset get, offset set, unset, exists, and get. And again, it needs that attribute to silence the warnings.
Let me ask a question while we're there. So those that you have on the screen right there have that pound sign in front of it. Is that the, whereas there's a doc block above it, is that the nomenclature, is that the structure that we're going to want for this type of attribute?
Well, an attribute, okay. The way PHP is compiled, basically everything that's seen as a comment, especially doc blocks, will be stripped out at compilation time. So whether the attribute is before the doc block or after the doc block really doesn't matter, because the doc block will be stripped out at compile time. But it does have to be above, straight above the function. If we would move this to be a trailing comment, that I don't think that would work.
Or in the doc block too. So that's more what I'm talking about here too.
That would definitely not work, because
there
then
you go.
It
strips it out.
Yeah, well, the attribute will only work with the syntax, the pound sign, the hash, the square open bracket, and the square close bracket. If it's in a doc block, it will be regarded as part of the doc block and not seen as an attribute. So then it wouldn't have any effect.
Good. And that's kind of why I wanted to surface this, so everyone could understand that putting it into the doc block isn't going to work. It's going to sit outside the doc block, which might look a little bit odd when folks are reading the code. So that's why I wanted to raise this for the four of us to talk about for readability, but yet still having this functionality. Do we want it like this? Do we want it above? Right?
I did make a choice there. I could have put it above the doc block or below the doc block.
Yep.
Because it's about the connection with the function signature, so the actual function declaration, public function, offset set or offset unset, it made more sense to me to keep the connection and to make it clear that those belong together, to have it between the doc block and the signature.
John, what do you think?
Yeah, I am inclined to agree there. It's best to have it as close to the signature as possible. One thing that I am thinking is we'll need to check to make sure that the developer.wordpress.org documentation generator still works with this in place. I'm not sure if it uses PHP doc natively for all that generation or whether we've got our own thing.
It uses
a
really, really old version of PHP Documenter, which is no longer really maintained. I think it's using a 1.8 version and a fork of that. PHP Documenter is at 3 at the moment, and I'm actually in talks with one of their developers, maintainers, to get some of the underlying dependencies fixed. And if those get fixed for 8.1, we might be able to actually still use those dependencies with PHP Documenter 1x, but I'm not sure. We need to look at it. I totally agree. And Tonya, would you make a note of that?
I just did.
Just at the end? Yeah.
Yep.
I guess the worst case scenario... Sorry, Julia, I was just going to say if the worst case scenario would be we have to move the attribute above the PHP doc, and that shouldn't break.
To be honest,
break anything.
No, the PHP Documenter, as far as I know, in 1x works with the tokenizer, and it's a quite simple change to fix that in tokenizer-wise. WordPress core at this moment does not use its own documentation standard from WordPress coding standards. If they would, at this moment, it would break. And those fixes have already been pulled and merged this week in PHP Code Sniffer. So they will be in the next PHP Code Sniffer release. So for that part, once the docs will be sniffed via the WordPress coding standards, that part will be sorted.
Okay. So, but for this, we do want to run that to make sure, and that can help to determine.
It'll be a similar fix because it's both tokenizer.
Yeah. Okay, so we can run that as an action item then. And then what else do we need? Sergey, I forgot to ask your opinion. Sorry, let's come back to Sergey. I've asked John, I asked Juliette. What do you think about placement? Is there anything else too we need to consider?
Yeah, I was wondering about the placement too, but this seems like the only way it would work. So this makes sense to me. I just committed to the first of those patches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sergey's raising the bar here. He's live committing as we
Well,
go through each one.
see, and we
Hey,
actually do that
never
here.
worked.
Yeah, we're actually work since I called it mob programming. To me, then that means we can change code, we can do code reviews, we can commit and everything, which is a beautiful thing having you two here as well, so that we can actually discuss, review, change if need to, get it committed. Next. Yeah.
Yeah. So if we're to get back to where we were, basically these three patches in the WordPress PHP 8.1 ticket are all the same type. We've looked at all of them, we've reviewed them and verified they only apply the attributes to the methods in from the interfaces in PHP core. So those three should now be explained, I think. I think we should be able to move on to the next part of the work in progress branch.
Yeah, anything else we all want to discuss here, or are we ready to move on? I'm just taking an action item. I'll put that into the ticket too, just so that we don't forget that we do want to run the document generator and just see if there's any issues there.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, this is for WordPress 5.9. So we don't have to worry about it straight away. As long
Right.
as before the 5.9 release, we have checked this so that when the docs get regenerated for 5.9, it will work.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, we can get someone from the docs team to run the generator.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, and if it is a problem, I think three of us and soon four of us will have in this call have commit rights also to that repo, so we can just fix it.
Yeah. Yeah, we have time here, but at least it's noted so that we know that there's an action item on this ticket that needs to be done. So, okay, cool.
Okay. Right. If we then go to the next three commits, those are actually all three PR 1511. That ticket has largely been reviewed already by John and by Jonathan. There is one question open there about the caching. Basically, in CI, we cache the downloads directory for Composer to make the build faster. So Composer doesn't need to download all the packages every single build. It can just reuse the cache from the previous time and reuse the packages which were downloaded before. If we're removing the log file, then what do we base this cache on? Because the cache can't be updated, and we need to make sure that the cache doesn't go stale too much. So that's a question which still needs to be done here. Other than that, I think it might be useful for people to look through the commits of this ticket, but as it's been under review for the past 10 days already, I have a feeling we don't really need to discuss this in detail. Anyone got a problem with that? Anyone want to make a remark or give some feedback on this ticket specifically?
John, what do you think?
I think it'd be interesting just to mention that, Juliette, your solution to this was to put a date into the cache key, wasn't it? Which has a date that the first Monday of each week. So if the Composer file changes, at least the cache will update itself once per week at the latest. And if the Composer file doesn't change, at least the cache will be updated at least once a week.
Yeah, and no matter what, the actual run will still use the latest dependencies within the version constraints allowed. It just will make the run slightly slower because it will not be able to get the downloads from cache, and it will have to actually download them for each build. So that's why you want the cache to be reasonably fresh. And I opened a question in the composer caching action from the GitHub Marketplace. And I actually had a discussion with the developer from that last night over Twitter to get more information how he generates the key for the cache. Because if he uses a more specific way to do it, which would prevent us from needing to use the date, that would just clean up the script, because then we can get rid of 4 steps in which we do the caching ourselves in the script, and we can just switch out to using that predefined action. But I'm hoping to get an answer over the next few days to know for sure.
Sounds good. I would also be happy with us temporarily pulling that cache out if it means we can move forward with getting rid of the composer.lock file.
Well, we don't even need to pull the cache out. As I say, you will still get the up-to-date dependencies. It just makes the build slightly slower because it needs to download things. If we pull the whole cache out, it will need to download every single time. If we keep the cache but with a date like we have now, it just means that over the week it might need to download a few more files, but it will still use most files from the cache. So
of course, yeah.
We could say this is acceptable. I could clean up that commit, and this could be committed the way it is, basically. And then if or when we get an answer from the developer from the composer caching action, we can actually switch that out if the answer is satisfactory at a later point in time. And, salient detail, for those who don't know, the composer caching action which we're talking about was developed by Ben Ramsey, who is the release lead for PHP 8.1. Which actually is what triggered our conversation on Twitter yesterday, because he was saying people should start testing on 8.1. I'm like, yeah, I'm waiting on an answer from you for a prerequisite for us to be able to do so. So, what do you say?
Tonya, you're muted.
Whoops, I was going to say, here, Ben, we need you to do. Ben tells us all get out and start testing, and Juliette says, okay, help us with this so we can. Thanks, John, for that. Is there anything else we want to cover on this particular one?
I think if John agrees, then let me clean up that last commit, because it's 3 commits in this PR. The commit which does the actual CI changes. Mm-hmm. And then I'll move it from draft to ready for review. Okay. Basically, like we said, the way it is now, it's fine to commit. And once we have an answer about the composer caching GitHub action, then we can always switch over at a later point of time. Anything else here is not that interesting. The only interesting thing maybe is the second commit, which I'm skipping over. Maybe I should very briefly mention that.
Go for it.
Okay, let's just pull out that commit. Well, the way the PHPUnit 9 classes were put into WordPress last year to get the mocking working on PHPUnit 7 was by having an autoload def in the composer JSON file. This already made life very hard for the various plugins, because they couldn't use the same solution because those files aren't in their code base. So they couldn't use autoload def. And at the same time, if they supported multiple WordPress versions, again, not that easy to use this because you're not sure if those files are in the WordPress version you're actually running your tests on. So there is a reason why I'm doing this now, and I can't remember at this moment the reason, but basically what I've done is temporarily create a custom auto loads file, which will just load those classes when we're on PHP 8.
Mm-hmm.
And for everything else below 8, it will just defer to the composer auto load file to load the classes.
Mm-hmm.
And this will work for now. But at the same time, this will be removed in one of the future commits in this same work in progress branch.
Mm-hmm.
So this is only a very, very temporary solution just to get this particular change of removing the composer.lock file sorted.
Okay. All right, so next steps on this one, you're going to finish it up, get it ready for final review and commit on this one, right? Okay. Yeah. Anything else? John,
any
Sergey?
questions about what I did there?
No, I'm happy to defer to you on that one, Juliette.
And I actually see in the commit message why I did this. Basically, because we're switching to from using var in CI to using composer in CI. PHPUnit 5 was trying to load the PHPUnit 9 mock object classes, and that was breaking things. And to prevent that from happening, this custom autoloader is put in place. But again, once we make the tests cross-version compatible and we actually will use PHPUnit 9, we can remove those classes and therefore remove the custom autoloader. And as that's what we're currently working on, I expect that to happen over the next few weeks. So this is a very, very temporary solution.
So folks know when we're doing these commits, we don't want to be breaking the test suites. We want things to still be able to run. So she's put in this temporary solution here that bridges that gap until we get all the incremental work in place so that the test suites can still be operational in doing their thing for us.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other things we want to discuss here, or what do you think, John, Sergey?
Nothing else from me.
Yep.
Sergey?
No questions.
Okay. All right. So if Juliette can finish getting that one ready, then we can get it.
I'll write that down, but basically I'll tidy up CI commit and then it's done.
Okay.
I'll write up what we discussed there. So you could see also in that commit message I showed for the custom autoloader, I actually put quite a long explanation in commit messages. The reason I do that is so that whoever looks at that change in 2 years' time will still be able to understand why that change was made. Because otherwise, tracking back to PRs, tracking back to Trac tickets, can really make for a lot of reading and a lot of research to be done. If that information is straight away available in the commit message, it just makes life a lot easier because you can just do a git blame and find, or SVN blame, and find the commit where that change was made and find the reason why the change was made.
That is so helpful when you're looking back for context. And tracing things backwards. My goodness, I don't know how much time I spend trying to trace things backwards when I'm testing things and then have to go ping folks. Why did we do this? How did we end up here? So yeah, very helpful.
Pro tip for those people who say, yeah, but my commit messages don't need that much information. I put everything in the PR description. Yeah, you're now presuming you will never switch Git server provider. If you switch from GitHub, for instance, to GitLab, all those PR descriptions are lost. While if you switch from GitHub to GitLab and the messages are in the commit message, you still have everything. Mm-hmm. So having the commit messages quite descriptive and then basically copy and pasting those into your PR description will make sure that even if you move from SVN to Git, from GitHub to GitLab or Bitbucket, that your messages will not be lost for history.
We have a lovely comment that fits right in there too. So yeah, one of the awesome things, write good commit messages. Yes.
I try. And I spent a lot of time on it. A lot more time than I sometimes want to. But I do know why I'm doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not just for other people, it's also for myself. If I look back 2 years later, what the heck did I do now?
Mm-hmm.
And I've had to do that often enough.
Yeah, and just I'll segue on that. One of the things that we're also trying to do is to build education right into all that we do, right into the code comments, into our increments of work that we're into tickets and so on, so that not only for ourselves we can go back, but we also create an opportunity for contributors to understand the context of things, and if they so desire, to go and learn even more about some of the whys and so on. So that kind of all fits together with better information. Sharing the why and the reasoning really is helpful. Okay.
Okay. I'm now going to just put my Git client on the screen because it'll make it easier to see where we are. We already looked at those 4 commits. So the next commit to look at is the first commit for the assertions PR.
Mm-hmm.
And basically all this commit does is add a dependency on the PHPUnit Polyfills, which we discussed in the slides. There's nothing else happening in this particular commit.
Okay.
It does explain why and what it does, but yeah.
Sure.
Then the next step is unify the PHPUnit adapter test cases. Okay, so the way it was at this moment is, okay, you have the PHPUnit native test case. Then on top of that, there's an abstract test case from WordPress. On top of that, there's 2 different test cases, depending on which PHPUnit version is loaded. The one or the other is going to be loaded. And those add, where necessary, some polyfills for various assertions and expectations, which are already in use in the WordPress code base. Mm-hmm. Now, if we're going to use the polyfills, we don't need those assertions anymore. We can unify those 2 classes at the top of it to one class, which just uses all the polyfill traits. So that's what I've done here. In the Bootstrap, I've made a change which checks that the autoloader from the PHPUnit polyfills is available. You can still run the test with a PHPUnit var. You just need to make sure that composer update has been run so the polyfills are available. Mm-hmm. It will load that autoloader, and it will load the test cases. And you can see here it was loading 2 different test cases, and now it only loads the one for the multi-version one. Right. But it also loads the abstract test case. Now, why am I doing that? If we look here at the top, it had a require once, mm-hmm. which actually obscures what's happening. It had a require once just above the class, and the same require once here above this class. Mm-hmm. So I've moved that require once to the Bootstrap because that base task abstract test case is always needed anyway.
Right.
I've removed the PHPUnit 7 test case, which didn't have any polyfills, and the PHPUnit 5 test case basically. I've removed every single polyfill in place and replaced it with use statements for the polyfill traits from PHPUnit polyfills. Mm-hmm. I've updated the doc block for the same as well. Okay. And of course, I've run the tests after I did that, and they still run and pass. So that's the whole principle of atomic commits. Every change you make, whenever you run CI on that particular commit, it will pass.
Right. I'm just looking through. I've got it pulled up for myself. I also shared it in chat, everybody, if you want to click and open up this particular one here. All right, let's discuss a bit then from the guys here. Any concerns, any questions as we consider this once we get to this particular one in the list for commit?
Basically,
Sergey, I was going to say, Sergey, you might be more familiar with this library than I am already. So the question I had is there any difference, assuming there's a difference then between the traits that we're using from the Polyfill, the PHPUnit Polyfill library, what's the difference between the methods that we're pulling out of WordPress core? Is it currently the same with the aim of supporting newer versions of PHPUnit, or will this, as it is, allow us to support PHPUnit 9?
Okay. The principle of the polyfills is write your test in the current PHPUnit version and run them all the way back. So we're polyfilling to allow the test to run all the way back. The polyfills which were currently included in this test case did the same, and in part were, well, sort of copies from the polyfills already. So there's not much difference there, except now we use the package proper.
Yeah, so this is more preparation of, we'll move over to the package, and then all of that polyfill management will happen in the package instead of directly in our test suite.
Well, this is where we're already moving over.
Right here.
Because here we're removing every single polyfill method in the WordPress test suite and switching over to the polyfill methods made available via the polyfills traits.
Great, that looks good. So a bit of a reduction in maintenance burden on the side of the WordPress project. So I suppose in reality that burden moves to you, Juliette, and anybody else who wants to maintain that library. But
we've actually had outside contributors already, as in outside of the WordPress community, outside of anyone, even people I'd never even heard of who've contributed to this repo already, which is great. And I'm in touch with Sebastian as well. I mean, he's told me he'll give me a heads up when PHPUnit 10 has a release date, so I'll be able to get the polyfills sorted in time to have full support for PHPUnit 10, stuff like that. So the context, the infrastructure around it is, I think guaranteed for the near future anyway.
Yeah, one of the things that we looked at when we were debating, do we go with Bridge? Do we go with Polyfills here? Or do we build something natively within WordPress? Was that also this is built on top of PHPUnit. There's a relationship there to where Sebastian of PHPUnit has actually put an endorsement right on the page of the PHPUnit side of things that leads you to the polyfill. So it besides just WordPress, it's something that adopting the tool go there, and you can kind of see that not only can we as contributors can come in and contribute to this particular package, but also anybody else who's using and needs this cross functionality or this cross versioning can come and contribute to the polyfills, and then we here in WordPress get that benefit as well.
Yeah, I have to admit I'm quite proud of this endorsement by Sebastian.
Yeah,
I was very, very happy to when I suddenly saw that pop up when I was looking at this page for completely different reasons.
Yeah, so
that's good to see because you can sometimes get the impression from Sebastian that he doesn't care about backwards compatibility, but that's actually not true. What it is his point of view is that he doesn't want the maintenance burden of supporting older versions of PHP on his project, and of course, he's perfectly entitled to put whatever PHP support, minimum version support in his library as he wants. So it's good to see also that he's open to the idea of somebody else maintaining a library that does allow older versions of PHP to still be supported across PHPUnit versions.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, John. Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is, I mean, and it's probably not politically correct for me to say so, but Symfony Bridge does things in a different way, and the polyfills are literally the simplest way you can do it. It all defers back to the PHPUnit native functionality, and I think that's part of the reason why he actually likes and endorsed this package.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hoping to, that's the reason.
Yeah, one of the thoughts I had too with this is we're encouraging that we in the community can write tests for the latest version of PHPUnit, and then there's a tool that makes it backwards compatible and handles everything backwards for us. That's wired, as we can see, it's wired into the test framework itself versus in all of the individual tests, which will make it easier for us too to maintain. We get the opportunity to come back because this is an open source project sponsored by Yoast. We all get the opportunity from the build test component team to contribute to that as well. So I think there's some wins here across. It also solves our problem that we have right now, getting tests to run across the board. Yeah.
Yeah. Any other questions on this particular commit?
Any problems that we see here that might block from being committed, John and Sergey? Anything there that's in top of mind?
No concerns for me here. As I already mentioned to Juliette, there are some methods copied from Polyfills in the current test case class, but this is just a temporary solution because we already know that we're moving to Polyfills, and so that then this all looks good to me.
Good.
Okay, the next commit needs a little bit more explanation, and I'm going to pull up the commit message for that, which explains it in a way better because I didn't create a slide and I should have done probably. Okay, so what the original inheritance order, and I did mention it when we were looking at the previous commit, you have the PHPUnit native test case. On top of that, we have an abstract unit test case from WordPress specific. On top of that is the PHPUnit adapter layer. However, if we want to do the void issue, and if we want to be able to use the polyfills, for instance, in the abstract test class, it doesn't make sense having that PHPUnit adapter layer on top of the abstract WordPress test case. It makes more sense to have that in between the PHPUnit framework test case and our own abstract test case.
Mm-hmm.
So if we look at what I say here, so this is currently at the lowest level we have the test case, then we have the abstract based test case for WordPress, and then we have the PHPUnit adapter layer. And this commit proposes to change that to have the PHPUnit framework test case at the bottom, then the PHPUnit adapter test case, and then the abstract unit test case from WordPress, which will allow that test case, which has some custom assertions, to use the polyfills as well. And then we still have the old adapter layer at the top because, hey, plugins might extend that class, and we don't want to break BC.
Correct.
So we're going to leave that class in place, but it's now going to be an empty class. Now, to show what that looks like, basically, where do I start? I've copied the test case where I added the polyfills, and change that to an abstract class called PHPUnit adapter test case, which extends the PHPUnit framework test case. Other than that, there's no change in that file. It just documents it in the doc block. Then the abstract test case from WordPress switches from extending the PHPUnit native test case to using the adapter test case. And then the test case in which used to be at the very top, where we added Polyfills in the previous commit, now basically just becomes an empty class. I've also changed it from a class to an abstract class, because this is a test case and it doesn't contain tests, so it should never be run directly. It has to be an abstract. And I'm leaving this in place for backward compatibility for plugins.
Correct. And I know quite a few plugins that I've worked on that extend off of this and use it. So yes.
And functionality-wise, there's no difference. They still get the polyfills. They still get everything from the WordPress abstract test case. It's just the order which is slightly different, the loading order, but that doesn't affect any of the tests. And in the Bootstrap, the only change is that I'm adding the require statement for the PHPUnit adapter test case, which is injected in between.
Okay.
And that way, all the tests, again, still pass. This commit can be run and everything will still pass. And I haven't touched any of the tests yet. I've just touched the test cases. And all the tests, all the assertions, everything will still work as it did before. Mm-hmm. Any questions about this?
Do we still need the base class in this scenario? I mean, cannot we just rename a WP unit test case base to WP unit test case?
Can you repeat the question? Because I think I missed half of that. Can I rename?
Do we still need? Yeah. What happens if we just rename the WP unit test case base to WP unit test case?
We could do that. We could. But then there may or may not be classes which extend WP unit test case base. You never know. We'd need to do maybe a GitHub code search to check that if we want to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I would not expect anyone to inherit from that base class other than us, but yeah, we can see.
Sergey,
because this was just
when we don't expect people to do things.
I think this base class was just a temporary solution.
John, what were you going to say?
There could also be private projects doing that. There's probably like a non-zero possibility that somebody is extending that class, so I would prefer to keep it around.
I'm actually doing a search right now. There's over 500 instances in GitHub that I've seen so far. I'm just kind of to where they're consuming and bringing in that base.
So in other words, to prevent backward compatibility breaks for plugins, which use the WordPress test suite for their integration test, I think leaving the old class names at least in place. So with here it being an empty class, WordPress unit test case, and here just remaining the same class as it was before, just extending the adapter layer in between, makes that there's no backward compatibility break. And that's why I've done it this way.
Right. Makes sense. Yep.
Okay.
Any other questions or concerns?
No, that all makes sense to me. Looks like a good change.
Yeah. I really like the way, Juliette, and we talk about this a lot in other streams too, where you're being very incremental in your atomic work here so that we can incrementally move discuss, code review, commit, go to the next one without breaking anything. So it lays it out very nicely.
Part of the reason I do that is basically every individual commit is a decision point. If it's one big decision, then we can have one commit.
Right.
That might make it difficult to review, but still. So for review purposes, you could still do separate commits then. But in this case, every single commit basically is a decision point where we say, okay, we agree with this way forward or not. And it also makes it easy to then later adjust any of those commits if our decision would change.
Yeah, that's true.
So yeah, the next commit is an optional one. Basically, as we already saw in the inheritance order change, that class here, the WP-Unit test case, has now become redundant because WP-Unit test case base is already, contains everything. This is an empty class.
Right.
So for performance reasons, cutting that extra class in the inheritance change for all the test cases out, for all the test classes, makes sense. So that's what this commit does. Basically, it just changes everywhere where it says extends WP unit test case to extends unit test case base, and that's why it touches so many files. It literally does the same thing everywhere, except for that very first file. So I'm going to go back to that, because there I changed the doc block. Originally, this now empty class said all WordPress unit tests should inherit from this class. Now I've changed it to say this class has become redundant, but is left in place so as not to break backward compatibility for plugins and themes. WordPress native test classes should extend directly from the base test class, and I deprecate this class. We don't have to do this. We can just cut out this commit completely, but it'll make a tiny small difference in performance because we're cutting out the class in the inheritance chain.
Yeah, there is a tiny bit of performance there, but the only thing I'm worried about is then we're teaching folks to use the underscore base versus what Sergey was talking about previously of getting rid of the base.
Yeah, so if we only need the underscore base class for backward compatibility, maybe we could just declare it as an alias of the unit test case class or something like that, and just leave all the test cases as is, inheriting from that test case class and not from the underscore base.
There's also a consideration of plugins that are writing their own tests. If they want them to work across WordPress versions, we'll want them to be extending WP unit test case rather than base. And so if the plugin developers look at core to see what they're doing, see what core is doing, they might extend it from the base.
Well,
I think this is probably something that we can just sort of put on hold for the moment. As you said, Juliette, it's optional.
The thing is, we can't change the base test class to be. We can't move everything that's in the base test class to the unit test case, because then we create a backward compatibility break for every single test which does extend the base class. And that's unacceptable. So we cannot change what the content of the base, the unit test case base class without creating a BC break. And we can't rename the base class to WP-Unit test case either, because then we have a BC break.
Same reasons, right?
Yeah. Well, the only thing I can imagine is switching the names and saying that we're renaming the base to unit test case, and then letting the base extend the unit test case. That way we would avoid the backward compatibility break and still cut out the extra class.
That would
I
confuse
think
the
I would
heck out of me,
prefer
though.
that, but it's confusing, yeah.
It is confusing because I would read base. If I'm a plugin extender, I'd read base and go, wait a minute, why is that the top level? It just would confuse me.
Yep.
Yep, I totally agree. But that is the only way we could do it without creating a backward compatibility break for integration tests.
Yeah, agreed. I still think changing the test, although we do get a slight performance boost out of it, changing the test to go with base is now teaching the community to start to use base out there versus the top level, which we've always historically looked at using.
Well, using base as of WordPress 5.9 would be the right way to go. But only if 5.9 is your minimum supported WordPress version.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Depends as well if if and when we backport these changes to other branches, which is probably a discussion for another day.
Oh yeah, that's a good discussion to have too.
But to be quite fair, I don't think we should backport this to older WordPress version, because the principle of this is all to do with getting the test running on PHP 8.1, and older versions will just not have PHP 8.1 support. We're not going to backport PHP 8.1 support to WordPress 4.7. So these changes are necessary for older branches. Does that make sense?
It does. There is value in having the test framework consistent across branches, but yeah, not sure on the best approach there, to be honest. There's definitely an increased maintenance burden when the test suite differs between the versions. There's been quite a bit of work to standardize, as well as the composer and node configuration.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that too. That might be a good conversation to have as just a topic for all of us to discuss as well. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So
I need to hop off. I've got to go and join another call, unfortunately. I might pop back if that's all right, or if not, I'll say goodbye for now.
Very welcome.
Just use the same link, John, if you get time to pop back to us, okay?
Sure. All right. I'll
see y'all later.
Soon.
Yeah, see you later.
Yes, hopefully see you soon again.
Okay. I'll just leave his spot there in case he pops back into that spot. I'm kind of leaning on this one. I think that can marry very well with the conversation that he was just discussing, that because it's optional, may want to leave this one tabled. Is that, since it's optional, can it be brought in later, Juliette?
Yeah, absolutely. There's no direct need to do this other than we're just cleaning stuff up.
Yeah. We've got a comment here that I'm putting up. I don't think the PHPUnit v7 stuff was backported to the older branches. Yeah.
I don't have the answer to that, so
yeah, I don't.
I haven't checked.
Yeah, Sergey, do you know?
Yeah, I mean, the changes that were made for PHP 8 support were not backported to other branches because they did not need PHP 8 support. I think this was in relation to backporting to other branches. So maybe we would not need this, but it would be good to have a consistent framework, just in case some tests are backported to older branches and things like that. And well, if they inherit from a different class, we'll need to account for that. So in that sense, I think I would prefer swapping these classes, even if it's confusing for the base class to extend the test case class. Maybe we could just add the comment why is it this way. But if this can be discussed later, seems like this could use more discussion.
Let's make a note that we come back to this one, and for now move on to the rest of the commits, but that we come back to this one to take a decision on that either later today or in a later session. Marked with optional, we don't need to take this decision now. We can still take this decision after the assertion change and the introduction of polyfills has been committed.
Yeah, it's probably when we're going to, because I think this could be a broader discussion that we could just spend time on, because we also want to talk about, do we want to backport some things? The maintaining of the test suites consistently across the different versions, that could fit really well into also talking about this too. Maybe we can package that up into a conversation.
Yeah, sounds good to me. And as I say, I very consciously made it a separate commit, so we can have this as a separate decision.
Yeah, that was smart.
And it doesn't have to be included in this PR. The other commits, I would definitely recommend them being one PR, but this one doesn't have to be part of that.
Awesome.
Okay. Now, as we already noticed with the whole discussion about the inheritance order of the classes, the base class as it was couldn't use any of the polyfills before because it was not the adapter layer was on top of the base class, not below it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as we change the inheritance order, we can now do it. We can now use polyfills. So with the set expected exception, which is a polyfill for older PHPUnit versions, can now basically use the current PHPUnit expectation methods. So we can simplify it and we can deprecate this method because basically any test should use the modern methods, so expect exception code, expect exception message, etc., and not use the old removed set expected exception anymore. Again, I'm not removing the function because of backward compatibility considerations, but I am deprecating it and simplifying it because we don't need the extra code anymore.
Here we've got another comment I think is a very good point here as well. So
yeah.
So use the test case example. Yep. So we've got working on security releases that the tests have been added. These tests would work without modification in the old branch due to the polyfills. That's exactly right. Yep.
I think he means to say wouldn't work without modification.
Yeah, wouldn't. Right.
To be quite fair, if only these first two commits, so adding the polyfills and unifying the PHPUnit adapter test case would be committed, that would already be solved.
Mm-hmm.
So the other commits aren't necessary to be backported. They would just be nice to have to be backported.
Yeah.
But if only these two are committed and backported, that would already be solved.
Sergey's going, let me add it.
Makes sense? And it just makes it simpler for backporting as well, probably.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's a far smaller change set then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if this is
back to that
one. We discussed, Sergey, have you got any concerns about it? Does this make sense to you?
I think the core tests no longer use this wrapper. They use annotations or these methods directly. So I think this is only in place for plugins or for backward compatibility. Yeah,
Yeah.
this looks good to me.
Yeah, and by the way, you mentioned the annotations.
Yeah.
That's another thing, and the WordPress core tests do not use annotations anymore because those annotations again have been deprecated and are no longer supported in the current PHPUnit versions. So all the
Okay.
WordPress core tests already, as far as I know, use exception methods,
Yeah.
expect exception code. God, these are tongue breakers. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I
so all
forgot.
the already do that because those annotations are deprecated.
Yeah, I think I worked on that, and
Yeah, I
I
seem to
forgot
remember you did.
that I replaced all the annotations with these methods. Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, that's one. Then there were one of the changes in PHPUnit 8 or 9. I don't remember all the first part. It'll be in the commit message. Basically, if you had PHP native errors, warnings, notices, or deprecations, PHP had the unit offered a specific class. You could say, okay, expect exception for, in this case, a PHP error of the type deprecated. Or here, expect a PHP warning. And this is meant for a PHP native warning. So expect an exception, but it's not really an exception. It's actually a PHP native warning. So using the expect exception methods with the PHP native errors, notices, etc., has been deprecated, and dedicated methods have been put in place to replace that use, namely expect error, expect warning, expect deprecated, expect notice. So this replaces, it fixes up those tests in the code base which have an explicit exception of expectation for a PHP native error, warning, notice, deprecation. And it just fixes it to use the PHPUnit 9 manner of doing it by using expect warning, expect notice, expect error. So quickly walking through it, here we see the deprecated one. Here we see that something in PHP 8 is warning, and in PHP lower than 8 it's a warning, in PHP 8 it's an error. I'm not replacing that one yet, and there's a reason for that. But the warning I'm replacing, the error I'm not replacing yet because of there's actually a bug in PHPUnit there. And that bug was fixed in later PHPUnit versions. And if we use the correct PHPUnit version to run the test on PHP 8, we will not run into that bug.
Okay.
But if we use PHPUnit 7,
we will
to run the tests on PHP 8, we will run into that bug. Okay. So that's why I'm not changing this expect exception here yet. Okay. But I am changing the warning. Yep. And here notice. Again, warning, notice, warning, yep. Warning notice. And notice, and another warning and notice.
So, I have to say, I actually like that so much better anyway. The idea of setting an expectation and then remembering what you need to set and pass through was always a confusing point for a lot of contributors and plugin developers as well. So this is much more understandable.
What you can actually see here, the class names used for the error notice, error warning are actually the PHPUnit 4 class names.
Yep.
The new class names which were used in PHPUnit officially since PHPUnit 6, but were actually available already in PHPUnit 4.8 and 5.7, are the namespaced ones, and they're not even being used yet. So it just makes it really confusing. It means that we need an extra layer which does class aliases for all those class names as well, because we need to make sure that in PHPUnit 7, this class name will still be recognized.
Correct.
So this simplifies it, and it makes it very clear we're expecting a PHP native error warning or notice instead of a user-land one.
Absolutely, absolutely. One of the things that that Juliette and I had been talking about is in the tests themselves, to keep it as simple as possible so that the tests don't need to necessarily be concerned about switching between all of these things, but instead putting it into the framework or into the Polyfills, the tooling that we use, abstracting that away so the tests, writing the test themselves can be focused on writing the test versus having contributors try to figure out, wait a minute, I want this for this version, I want that for that version. Just try to make it simpler that way.
I mean, using a package like the Polyfills, one of the big advantage for contributors is, instead of having to have the PHPUnit manuals open for PHPUnit 5, PHPUnit 6, PHPUnit 7, maybe even PHPUnit 8 and 9, and having to check continuously, is this assertion available in this version? Do I need to add a Polyfill? All that, the research is taken away from contributors. They don't need to worry about it anymore. Just open the PHPUnit 9 manual, and everything assertion and exception method wise, what's in the PHPUnit 9 manual, you can use, and you can use it safely.
Right. And then also providing better documentation within WordPress as well to kind of point folks to know that, right? Where do I look for things? What one should I be looking at for this? And that's an area too where we can help out as well. So just wanted to explain that for everybody.
Absolutely. When this gets committed, we will need to make sure that the documentation about writing tests for core and running tests for core both get updated.
Correct.
Because the instructions change. And for writing tests, it'll be simplified. For running tests, in a lot of ways, it'll be simplified as well. But last time I looked at those instructions, they felt quite out of date anyway. Yeah. So it'll be really good to review those and get those up to date. And it'll be best once this is all committed, because then we know where we're going.
Yeah. Well, plus too, we're going to want to probably publish something on Make as well. So we have the handbook update, but then also letting folks know through a dev note what's changed and so on and what they can be doing.
We're going to need to have a dev note for plugins which integrate as well. And as I say, the WordPress test utils is another package sponsored by Yoast, which actually uses the Polyfills, but also provides like an extra layer for testing against multiple WordPress versions, for instance, the mock object classes, but also for testing with GreyMonkey. And I will make sure that gets updated for these changes as well. So if people want a relatively straightforward way of implementing all this and getting their integration tests to be compatible with WordPress, multiple WordPress version, they can look to the WordPress test utils package as well.
Woohoo! Trying to make it easier on contributors.
Yeah, I mean, why let everyone reinvent the wheel?
Absolutely.
There's no need. So
make it easier.
Okay. Sergey, do you have any remarks about this particular commit, or shall I move on to the next one?
I just wanted to say that I also have found it non-trivial to see which PHPUnit versions have which assertions, because there are no syntax tags like in WordPress core, so I had to look at changelogs, and it would be much easier to just use the assertions available in PHP 9 for everyone. I have no remarks about this commit. Let's move on.
Yeah, going off of that too, Sergey, when the core committer comes in to take a look at some of these older patches, right, that we're going to take a look that have tests, this can also simplify that process, that We don't necessarily have to go and look backwards. Okay, wait, is this is that it? We can start to bring things forward and make it easier as well from there.
Yeah, we do have to be wary of tests still using PHPUnit 5 assertions of older patches which were from before this change, because they didn't know that we would be changing this, and obviously it's not surprising if they use PHPUnit 5 assertions. Well, since then things have changed in PHPUnit, and we need to update that assertion before it gets committed.
And we're going to have a lot of those because we have a huge queue of tickets out there with patches on them. So as they get considered, that's things we do need to look at too. Yep.
The good thing there, and I'm just going to go there now, the Polyfills repo has an extensive README, which has full details on what was changed in which version, the PHPUnit less than a certain version. So basically these methods were introduced in PHPUnit 5.2, and it says what it replaces as well. So you can use this as a reference material, like, okay, is this an assertion which has been replaced in PHPUnit? Just search this page and you'll find your answer. So search the README of the Polyfills repo.
Since there's a map, you have a map right there. This is from old, this is the new. Do you anticipate having a tool that can be run against it to handle that map?
Absolutely, except I'm unfortunately a little too busy at the moment to write.
Yeah, well, I can imagine so.
And a tool like that would still need to know, like if you're using the Polyfills, then we can just run it and update assertions. If you're not using the Polyfills but want to update your test suite, you would also want to be able to use that tool. But then the tool would need to be told what PHPUnit versions to support.
Absolutely. So
know what to translate. So I actually have some parts of that tool already locally, but it's nowhere near complete, and I'm a little too busy to finish that at this moment. But it's one of those things which is on my very, very, very long to-do list.
Well, it was something as I was thinking about all those old patches and trying to make it easier to get them up to date and ready for commit status, that if we had a tool that could do that, that could help. And of course that branches out into helping contributors, but also helping extenders and so on to be able to do their work too. So
in part we can do it automated, but for something like assert string contains string, assert contains, which was the what was previously used for that, can handle, does a certain value exist in an array, or does a substring exist in a string?
Yep.
For that second part, does a substring exist in a string, there's now dedicated assertions. Depending on how the assertion is written, actually, in most cases, no, not even then, we would not be able to tell whether this is something which can be changed or not.
Right.
However, there's a trick. And it's a trick which I have used when I was creating this commit or this PR. And that's basically, I made one of the commits, which is later on here, the void workaround. I made that before I made these commits. And so when I was working on the test suite, I actually had those commits here in the chain. The reason for that is that PHPUnit will throw deprecation warnings. So when I was running the test on PHPUnit 7, okay, they were all running and passing. Then I used PHPUnit 8. And because I had the void workaround in place, I could run the tests on PHPUnit 8. And I can just look at what the deprecation warnings are and fix those things, because PHPUnit will tell you exactly what to fix. Then once 8 didn't have any deprecation warnings from PHPUnit anymore, I switched to PHPUnit 9. Same thing. And it will just literally point out what you need to change.
Where the problems are.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So that makes life a lot easier. Because we discussed this before, and like, let's do the assertions first then look at void second. That's why I've stacked them this way in the commit chain. But yeah, in practice, I cheated a little while I was working on it.
But you admitted it. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Does that make sense to you, Sergey?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking a little bit more future too. Once we get all this in, what can be some of the next steps to help either contributors, extenders, and core committers as well to be able to move some of this work forward. Yeah.
Things like this, like where assert internal type has been changed, those can all be automated.
Yep.
The things like the renames, which are a bit further along somewhere. Yeah, here there's a lot of names which have been renamed.
Right.
So assert is not readable, assert not is readable. Yeah, assert not is readable is not very pronounceable. Assert is not readable is. So those are the renames. Those can all be automated away, obviously.
Right. Right.
Whether to use assert close resource, no, that can't be automated away because that's just literally a new assertion.
Correct. And then the contains that you brought up too, to where you're going to have to look. You're going to have to take a look and see how it's being used, and then be able to know how to switch it.
Well, more than anything, as I say, sort void out and then run it on PHPUnit 8 because PHPUnit 8 or even 7, 7.5 might. It will literally just tell you. It will tell you which ones you need to change.
See, and that's process. So that's stuff we can also capture by writing that up to say, here's how you can catch some of these things for you to point to what you need to change, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. And as I say, for anything when you're in doubt whether it's an old assertion or a new assertion being used, use the README of the Polyfills, and you should be able to find all the names where something has changed, and it should help you find out which is the new name or the new assertion you should use or expectation method.
Yeah.
And once I have some time and breathing room, I will have a look at finishing the upgrade PHPUnit rule set, which would be an add-on standard for PHP Code Sniffer.
Ooh.
But yeah, so then you can just run it in your CI.
Well, see, now you're teasing everybody.
I know, and then seriously, I'm
that
not
will be
even
nice.
Other things which I'm working on.
She has a long list, if you could imagine, everybody. Yeah. Okay.
The PHP 8.0 and PHP 8.1 being actually quite extensive in the amount of changes required means that for people in open source, a lot more time has had to go into fixing things in existing code bases because for cross-version compatibility, time which I otherwise could have spent on building new things.
That's right.
But because of the extent of the changes in PHP 8.0 and 8.1, my time over the past year has largely gone into fixing things instead of new things, which, at some point gets very tedious and very boring, but it is what it is.
Well, I know that I'm very appreciative of all that work that you've done, just looking extensively at this, let alone what you've done since 8.0 was out there in its first beta, right? So,
yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Either way, to go back to where we were, we looked at expect exception, the PHP native ones. Then similarly, these are some of the renames where assert file not exist, assert file does not exist.
Okay.
So these are some of the renames where we just literally switch out the old name of the assertion for the new name.
The new name.
I don't think there's anything to discuss there really. It's a simple switch out. And the same goes next to commits, where assert regex or assert matches regular expression is just, again, a simple switch of the name of the assertion. And you can see with the red and the green where it's darker, that's literally all that's being changed in these commits.
Right. Yeah, I don't see anything concerning there. It seems pretty straightforward for a commit. Sergey, what do you think?
Yeah, and the new name seems more readable as well.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Which is largely the reason why these changes were made. Those old names at some point were there for historic reasons, but they weren't comfortable. Sometimes, some names can be like an old coat you put on and you're like, yeah, this feels comfortable. These names weren't comfortable, and they've just improved them with appropriate deprecation warnings, soft deprecated in a major -2, hard deprecated with warning in major -1, and then in the next major, the names, the old names have been removed.
Okay. Yeah, it's a really good improvement.
And they're doing it in a very considerate way to users. They give them plenty of warning.
Mm-hmm.
In this case, I think the things were probably got a deprecation warning in 7.5. In 8, they were hard deprecated and got the deprecation notice in the output of the tests. And then in 9, the names got removed, the old names.
Okay, so those are all straightforward. So
yeah, this is everything for the first step, which is switching out the assertions.
Okay, so in that, I was just going to. Yeah, so the only thing that's open there for actioning is for you to finish up that one with the composer.lock, get that ready.
No, that's previous commit, so that's not even for this one.
Okay.
The only thing which is open here is the discussion on whether we're going to switch the unit test case base for unit test case, or whether we're going to switch the names of the classes, whether we're going to switch that out in the test suite here or not.
Yeah, and that would be a future discussion.
Well, yeah, we can leave that for a future discussion. We don't need to decide that now, because everything else in this chain, in this particular one, which would be one PR, can be committed without that.
Okay.
That commit can just literally be removed and be left for later.
Yeah, I think that'll be good. So in everything that we've discussed to this point, let's just kind of stop. This is a good point to take a look at everything we've discussed and what action items need to be taken. If we go all the way back, it looks like the first several steps, if I remember, the only one that needed action on was the one where you were going to take it from a work in progress to actually getting it ready. And then everything else we've kind of reviewed, and everybody went, yep, thumbs up, thumbs up. So then Sergey, John, then can go through and start to commit these in order, right?
Yep.
Okay. Any concerns, Sergey, on that? Or any questions? Or
Nope, not for me.
Okay, so just that one needs action, and then the optional one we'll pull out and we'll have a separate discussion on. But for getting everything committed up to that point, it's just that one action item then. Okay.
Yeah, well, the commits we just looked at are for a different ticket than the first 3 commits. So the first 3 commits where the composer.lock is being removed is one change, which closes one Trac ticket. That needs the update to the CI description, to the commit message, basically, nothing else. And then the second PR would be the commits we just discussed up to here, and I'll remove that optional one for later.
Awesome. So for this, you kind of see Sergey, when he goes through and commits these, to just start at the bottom and work in order, going through all of them, correct?
Yep.
No.
Awesome.
Okay. I think this would be okay. I see one more here. Okay. Yes, this is a change which doesn't actually belong to this PR as such. It belongs to another ticket, which is the test improvement for WordPress 5.9. But as we're now using the Polyfills, there are some assertions which can be updated to use more appropriate assertions. So here an assert true for is false and an assert true for is readable. There's actually an assertion which has been introduced in PHPUnit 5.6, I believe, and we're currently supporting 5.4. And that assertion is assert file is readable. So once the polyfills have been introduced, we can switch out these old, less descriptive assertions to use a PHPUnit native assertion, which does the same thing.
Yay.
And that's just these. And
Yeah,
then
and this outputs, I think this
yeah,
also outputs a better error message in case of failure, because
yeah,
it says something like file is not readable, and with assert true, it just says failed assert and that false is not true, or something like that.
yeah,
So it's more
absolutely.
clear what's going on.
I totally agree, and that's also the reason to always prefer PHPUnit native assertions over over doing things in the tests themselves. So doing an is there here with assert true, always prefer something like assert directory exists because of the error messaging. So there's 2 commits there which do that, and once that's why they're stacked after. Once the polyfills are in place, we can start. Those 2 can be committed as well.
Awesome.
They have actually already been pulled to the ticket as patches. Okay, the next part is where we're going to look at how we're going to solve void and throw away even more things which we don't need anymore, and how we're actually going to get the test running on PHPUnit 8 and 9. I would like to propose a 2-minute toilet break,
That
and
sounds good.
if we all still are happy to continue and willing to continue looking at this now, I'd be happy to do so with you.
Sergey, do you have more time to give today? We're respectful of the time of day it is on a Friday.
Sure, sounds good.
Okay. All right, good. Everybody, go get something to drink, stand up, stretch your legs, go to the loo. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay, and I'll stop sharing my screen for the moment and we'll be back in a moment.
Yeah. I see I'm the slowpoke here. Y'all were back so fast. My dog hadn't seen me this morning, so I had to take a minute and go, hi. You're muted.
Sorry, I need to. Now I want to hug your dog too.
Yeah, I opened the door and Julie and him are out there, and he comes running. I haven't seen you this morning. So I had to take a second.
Dogs are important, and anything huggable is important, especially in these COVID times.
Yeah, my cat had seen me. He's been in and out, but the dog hadn't. Anyway. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you got something to drink and are all refreshed for the next part of this as we start to talk about the next challenge to be solved.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's more to be solved.
Oh, well. Step by step by step. Yeah. Step by step by step.
Shall I start talking through it again?
Yep. You ready, Sergey? I want to make sure we just make decisions.
As we're now using the Polyfills, okay, let me go back to the browser briefly. Not Twitter. Okay, the Polyfills basically also contain 2 test cases. Mm-hmm. Now, there's 2 options there. There's one which is a test case which chooses to use snake case methods instead of the traditional PHPUnit camel case methods. So where it used to be set up before a class with the U being a capital, the B being a capital, and the C being a capital and no underscores, it just changes that to snake case. And with that, it solves the whole void problem. And that's solved in the Polyfills. That's option 1. Option 2 is, and that's more an example test case, you can use PHPUnit native annotations before class, before, after, or after class to call any method you want and with any name except for setup or setup before class, etc. So don't use normal setup normal fixture names, but use specific or more specific names. But then you can also use those and still not have void added as a return type. So that's the other option. This option, on the one hand, will be less intuitive for people, in my opinion, and it'll be more fiddly because if anyone forgets to add the annotation or uses the original camel case method name, suddenly your test suite is broken. Well, with WordPress using snake case for methods anyway, as part of the WordPress coding standards, using snake case for the assertion for the fixture methods actually is more intuitive probably than using the camel case methods, and it still matches the names which people know from PHPUnit natively closely enough for it to be intuitive to use these methods and to be self-explanatory what these methods do. Another advantage of using this test case with the snake case methods is that things like assert preconditions and assert postconditions cannot be solved with annotations, but can be solved with the snake case methods. And yes, WordPress test suite uses assert postconditions.
Can you share that on the screen so folks can see some of the snake case? Yeah, for us, please.
Sorry, I'm thinking I'm sharing screen. I'm very sorry. Let me go back and show that. So we're still in the README of the PHPUnit Polyfills. It has 2 test cases. It explains here the typical fixture names from PHPUnit with the camel case names. Those have gotten the void return type in PHPUnit 8, which is PHP 7.1 and therefore can't be used in WordPress. Now the snake case methods, you can see the names here with the underscores and all lowercase. And if you just use those, instead of the camel case method, that fixes it. Obviously, you need to extend the PHPUnit Polyfills test case then instead of the PHPUnit test case. But as all the test classes in the WordPress test suite extend from our abstract classes, which we discussed earlier, that's not a problem because we can just switch out the extending in the PHPUnit adapter test case. Mm-hmm. The other option is, as I say, with the annotation and using different names for the actual methods. Mm-hmm. As it uses both different names and annotations, it'll be less intuitive for people.
Agreed.
And it doesn't allow us to solve the assert post condition, which the first one does.
Right. Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go for it.
So if we're looking at using snake case, could we then in our WordPress unit test case or the base, whichever one, could we then wrap that up in a WP underscore, and then that way users using the WordPress framework itself for testing could then extend off of that?
We could. I would not recommend this.
Why is that?
Because and that's something which is already in a way done in the WordPress test suite. There are already methods called, WordPress setup before class, and nobody actually knows what that does, and it's often used incorrectly. I would recommend doing things consistently across the board, and the way things are now are not consistent, and I would be very wary of introducing more inconsistency.
The only thing I'm thinking about is we have a lot of issues with, let me come back up a second. So this is going to be a change in all the tests. All the tests are going to have a change.
Well, all the tests define these fixture methods themselves. Correct. It's the test cases initially which have to change, because they define these methods anyway. Mm-hmm. And some tests will overload the methods from the test cases, and those would also need the method name change.
Right. So talking with, I forget who I was talking to. I think it might have been Peter Wilson, but there has been a push to use the WP version for that pre-setup because there are some things that run in that is very specific, and that gets called, and then it runs some other things that are WordPress specific. I'm just wondering for future compatibility if there are some things that we need that are very specific to WordPress, if wrapping that up and then teaching folks to use the WP version and then handle it, abstract it away and handle it in the test suite. If there's any, or in the test framework, is there any advantage to that gives us flexibility for the future?
But you already have that flexibility by the fact that we have the PHPUnit adapter layer. Because even if you would at some point switch out the PHPUnit Polyfills, or even say, we don't want to use this test case anymore, you can, in that PHPUnit adapter class, which is currently a class which just imports the polyfill traits, you could change that there and still use the same method names. You don't need a new change of method names then. You would just change it in the PHPUnit adapter layer. Yeah. That's the whole point of why we have the adapter layer.
Oh, I know.
It gives us the flexibility to, if at some point we wouldn't want to extend the polyfill test case, but want our own solution, we can do that under the hood in the PHPUnit test case, and still use the trend for the polyfills for the assertions and expectations.
Yeah, it just matters then if something switches out in the future, which gives you that flex, which is the whole point too of having an adapter, is it allows then to have that decoupling and handle that right there in the test suite. Sergey, what do you think?
Yeah, it all makes sense to me.
Yeah, so if we're just going to be teaching folks, this is the new way, I just want to make sure that we've all come to some consensus that this is the new way. We would teach them to use just these snake cases. And obviously we would try to get consistent throughout the test suites as well for their implementation.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, snake case, on the one hand, we still have the flexibility of changing out this test case for something else because we use the PHPUnit adapter test case layer in
Yep.
between. So that option is still open. We have that flexibility. For people who are relatively new to WordPress but are experienced in testing, these names are a lot more intuitive than having a custom name, because these are the same names just in snake case. And the snake case again ties in with WordPress coding standards, which expect snake case anyway.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look at that how we're implementing the WP setup before class to see if we can get it consistent too, because then that removes that particular argument of using that one instead of what we'd be doing here. So whatever we pick, consistency is what we're driving for, right?
Yeah, and to be quite fair, I mean, there are some other tickets open about reorganizing the test suite and doing some refactoring there. I think we need to look at that in those tickets.
Yeah, and that's true.
That in this discussion, because that will just complicate the issue at the moment.
Oh, I think so too. I don't think it belongs in this. I'm just kind of noting it as helping with the naming conventions that get picked and adopted, that we're extending off of the Polyfills, the PHPUnit Polyfills, but is there an argument to be made to stick with that naming or have something that's just specific for WordPress? And I'm not necessarily seeing a reason why. I'm just raising it as part of a discussion process.
Yeah, and I'm glad you're raising it, and hopefully with the explanation I've given you now, your question has been satisfactorily answered.
Yeah, for me, I'm fine with it. I'm curious of others in the space, and that's something too. As if folks are watching and they come along, it's something to consider. Listen to the reasonings of why. The key here is consistency. All we would be doing then, if we wanted to put another wrapper in, yes, we can do that. But it's one more layer, one more point of confusion. And is it necessary? What does it gain us? If it doesn't gain us anything other than, woohoo, we get to use WP instead, then that's not really worth it, because it is one more thing that needs to run.
Yeah, and we can still have something under the hood with that adapter layer. So using this is not blocking doing check data. But it's the fact that these kind of questions arise is exactly the reason why these are basically separate pull requests.
Yeah.
Why we have the assertions as the first step, and why the whole void discussion is a separate step.
Yep. Totally true.
It's in a separate commit. So I've currently implemented it by basically switching out the test case. So here, in the adapter test case, it's still the adapter test case. But instead of extending the PHPUnit framework test case, so the unit native one, we're now going to extend the polyfill test case. And that also means we don't have to import all the polyfills ourselves anymore. We don't have to keep track of what polyfills are available, because those are automatically included in the polyfill test case. So this adapter layer is now an empty class again, which is very simplistic, but having that empty class in place gives us that flexibility for the future.
Which we need, right? We want to make sure that we're changing this, that we're not putting ourselves into a corner we have to change again. Build in the flexibility now to anticipate that the future is going to change. And having that flexibility allows us to adapt for the future with this layer there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's why I've done it this way. It's also, to the change in the inheritance makes, which we did discussed earlier, is what makes this possible now.
Yeah.
If you had the inheritance where the polyfill layer was on top of the base class, we wouldn't have been able to switch this out.
Oh yeah, definitely. And for folks listening, don't worry, this is still backwards compatible, which we talked about an
Yes.
hour or two ago, and how we change the inheritance. This is sitting somewhere in the middle, but before we get to the WordPress specific test cases, so backwards compatibility remains.
Again, just switching this out the way I've done now, literally nothing breaks.
Nothing breaks.
Again, atomic commit, everything will still run and everything will still be fine.
Awesome. Okay.
Because at this moment, we're not implementing it yet. The next commit is where I implement it, where I literally switch out every single name from camel case to snake case. And here you see the assert post condition,
Yep.
which I mentioned earlier, where we'd have a problem with the annotations.
Mm-hmm.
This is the base test case. There's a couple of more test cases here. And then it's literally in every single test where there is a fixture method, and or where the parent fixture method is called, switching out those names.
Okay.
And that's a large commit, but this is a one-time only change. Again, because we have the adapter layer, even if we change to doing it slightly differently and not using the polyfill test case, we can fix that up in the adapter layer, and we wouldn't need to do this change again in the future.
Yep. Do it once. I love that. Okay.
Sergey, agreed?
Yep, sounds good.
Good.
The one thing you get with this is for plugins, they do have a BC break here, because if plugins call setup before class, that's not going to work anymore.
No, it's
so
not.
We can't use that method in the abstract test case anymore, because then the test wouldn't be able to run on PHPUnit 8. We literally cannot have that method in our test case. One thing we could do, and I'm just spitballing here, remember where I said earlier, where with that optional commit, where we were going to deprecate WP unit test case and switch everything over to unit test case base. If we would do that and let WP unit test case be a backward or backfill for, only available for PHPUnit 7, then we could have those methods there. But I'd still not recommend it.
Yeah, me neither.
I mean,
it makes sense. That does fix one problem, but no.
Yeah, but I'd far more recommend that, because the polyfills already allow, because it's a separate package, when people need to support multiple WordPress versions, they can already switch largely to use the polyfills for the assertions and exceptions. We need to fix the fixture methods, as I say. I intend to fix that in WP test utils.
Okay.
And before the release, there needs to be a make post which explains this and also explains there is a solution available.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. Provide guidance there.
This is the only PC break for integration tests for plugins and themes. But it is a break we need to have. There is no way we can otherwise run the tests on PHPUnit 8 or 9. And no way except for renaming those methods. And whether we rename it to snake case and use the polyfill test case, or rename it to something else and use the annotations, we do need to rename those methods, because otherwise the test will fail on a fatal error with a signature mismatch because of the void return type. There's no way we can keep going with the old method names.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's more, how do we solve the problem for those who are extending off of it and make it easier for them to be able to upgrade their test suites?
And that the solution to that will be sorted in WP test utils, basically. And Stephen just puts a comment literally saying the same, but there's no way we can do it any different.
It is big.
It's absolutely a big change, but there's no way we can solve it any other way. We need to get round void. We can't get round void with the same names for the fixtures as before, because then we have a signature mismatch and we cannot run the tests anymore on PHP 5.6 or 7.0. That would literally mean we'd have to drop running the tests on PHP 5.6 and 7.0, even though those are still supported PHP versions, which I don't think is a responsible choice. Then we could add void, and then we wouldn't have to rename the methods. But that would still be a BC break, because any integration test would then be forced to add void. So whether they have to rename the test, the fixture method to snake case, or be forced to add the return type void and not be able to run their tests anymore on 7.0 and 5.6 either, I think this is the better choice of the two.
Let me just ask a question, just because it's on my mind, and I think it's good to have a discussion around it. That, yes, he's right. This is a big breaking change for those extenders out there that are extending off of the WP test class or the test framework and using those. Could he witty would you trying to word it appropriately here? Could there exist the same test class, but then have one and switch between based upon which, if we need to have the void be able to run?
That's basically what the Polyfills do.
And what I'm saying, but existing in the WordPress space, that this test class is available for those who are not needing to run on PHP 8.1, who are using and extending off of that test class, but then let inside of WordPress switch to use the one that is doing this renaming here. I'm just wondering how we can keep backwards compatibility for extenders if they're not opting to go and be able to move into this new 8.1 in this new structure here.
You can't. No, you can't, because if we would have two different test cases, one with void, one without, and we use the original fixture names, then we'd still have the problem with the abstract test case. Because that's where those methods are defined, which are potentially overloaded. But the abstract test case is extended everywhere. So again, you'd have to have two of the base class.
Yeah.
Which declares the setup before class setup at the fixture method. But then every single test class which overloads those methods, and as you can see in this list, that's quite a long list, again would have need to have two different versions of their own test class.
I'm actually thinking for those in the WordPress, in core uses the new, but for the extenders that are using the test framework, having something available for them to where they can switch to the new, or they can, John's jingling here, and we'll bring him back in. But allowing them to not have a breaking change, but we're changing core, so let core run with the new.
Yeah, the whole point is, as I say, if we...
Hey, John, welcome back.
Hi, John. You're jumping in at a really good point. We're discussing
Perfect
void.
timing.
We're discussing void and how to get around it. Shall I briefly repeat what I...
Yeah, why don't we back up and set up, because John, you came in at the perfect point of we need to discuss the method signatures for setup, teardown, before class, after class need to change. But that's a huge breaking change for everybody out there in the world that's extending off of core, right? So core can change, but what do we do about everybody else? And we can see here that this comment here is true.
The problem is, no matter what direction we choose, it will be a breaking change anyway.
Yeah.
So the proposal as it is at this moment. The Polyfills repo contains 2 different test cases showing the solution directions. One is, okay, so we have those camel case method names from PHPUnit, but they demand the void return type, which we can't use because of PHP 7.1, and we still need support 5.6. So the one test case is basically change the camel case names to snake case, and then the Polyfills will literally solve everything else. It will get round void for you. The other option is more an example. PHPUnit contains annotations, before class, before, after, and after class. That means, one, all the fixture name methods would need to be changed anyway, because you can't use the old names anymore, because those would require void. But if you then use different names and use the annotation, they will be used as if they are the original fixture methods. Mm-hmm. So this, what we discussed earlier, was using this principle. I would not recommend, because one, there is going to be within no time massive inconsistency in the method names used. 2, people would have to remember to use the annotations. So there's 2 counterintuitive changes there. And another one, there's no annotation for things like assert post conditions, assert preconditions. That is solved in the snake case one. WordPress coding standards demand snake case method names anyway. So using snake case is in line with the rest of WordPress. The names are exactly the same as used in the camel case methods, except in snake case. So it's still very close to PHPUnit. And yeah, basically that solves the whole void problem. Now, when we look at the commit, and we were just looking at that, obviously that means it has to be changed everywhere.
Yep.
The PHPUnit adapter layer stays in place, but we just switch out the test case from the PHPUnit native test case to the polyfill test case. We can remove all the polyfill traits which we imported, because that's already done by the test case now. So the adapter layer is still in place. We can just simplify it a lot. We're leaving it in place to give us flexibility for the future. If at some point we'd want to switch to something else, or not use the polyfill test case, but still use the assertions, we can do that in the adapter layer without having to change the whole of the WordPress test suite again. But then if we implement it, that does mean there's a BC break for all the integration tests from plugins and themes. Now, there's a choice here. I mean, if we continue to use setup before class, that basically means we cannot use PHPUnit 8, 9, or 10. Forget it, not an option.
Yeah, not an option.
So we do need to rename those methods, or we need to add void. If we add void, it means we cannot run the tests on 5.6 or 7.0 anymore, including that all the plugins or themes which use integration tests also cannot run the tests on 5.6 or 7 anymore. That would, in my opinion, be a big impact.
Yeah.
If we rename the method and use the annotations, we still have to rename the method. So in that case, we might as well rename it to the snake case methods and let the polyfills sort out the rest. But renaming to snake case is a BC break, which, yes, I will find a solution for in the WordPress test utils package for those people who use that. But yes, it is a massive BC break, but I don't see any other option. As I say, if we add void, we have just as big a BC break, because all the integration tests would also need to add void, and we would not be able to run on 5.6 or 7 anymore. And all the integration tests also wouldn't be able to run on 5.6 or 7 anymore. if we stay on PHPUnit 7x, we cannot test on 8.1, PHP 8.1. So we do need to make a change. If we need to make a change, what is the change we're going to make?
Right.
So, and that's what we were discussing now.
Yeah, we came up to the perfect spot of core can make the change, but how is this change going to impact the community that's extending off of it in their own test suites?
Juliette, what exactly is the breaking change? Because changing the tests that are in core doesn't break plugin, so presumably it's the base. Like what change in the base class causes the break?
The change in the base class which caused the break is the renaming of this method. The setup before class method will not exist in the base class anymore, because if it exists, it will demand void, and we can't add void. So we need to remove that method, and all the integration tests which extend of this base class will generally call, like our own test classes, parent setup, parent teardown. Those calls will no longer work because those methods don't exist anymore in our in the abstract test case. I mean, the calls will still work, as in they will still run, but they will defer to the PHPUnit native method instead
they'll
of...
go right. Yeah, they'll go right through to the PHPUnit method, won't they? Yeah. Okay. So you'll skip. So you'll lose all of the setup that the core
until
WordPress core base class does. Yeah.
Until they also rename their methods to the snake case names. And as I say, in WordPress test utils, which is sort of like a sister package to the PHPUnit Polyfills specifically for WordPress, I intend to create a cross-version compatible layer for doing this with multiple, being able to use the rename methods, even though WordPress core hasn't renamed in older WordPress versions yet.
So just adopting that package once you get that in solves the problem for the extender community.
Yeah. Or as Stephen says in the chat, backport the same change to older versions.
Exactly.
I mean, when we looked at the assertions, I mean, we finished off that PR basically when you were gone. What wouldn't need to be backported for the older WordPress versions would just be those two first two commits, maybe the third commit, but that would be it. The rest of the commits would not need to be backported. It's just those three which would need to be backported for older tests to still have the polyfills available and be able to use the latest version of assertions, which means that tests will quite easily be backported to older branches. The rest of the commits aren't necessarily needed, but can be added. Similarly, if these two commits, so the change to the test case and the void solution would be backported, that would also solve it. It just means, again, in a make post, we do need to explain these changes and show write up very detailed what people need to do to make the test compatible. It is a BC break, but there's no way to avoid a BC break if we want to make the test suite compatible with PHPUnit 8, 9, and in the future 10. There's literally no way we can avoid that. And not being able to run the test on 8.1 and future PHP versions is painful. At some point in the future, dropping support for 5, 6, and 7 would be great, but we're not there yet. So at this moment, we have no choice but to make a BC break.
Well, and not only for us, but we can't also predict that the extender community doesn't also need to support 5, 6, and 7. Yeah.
And some might even still support WordPress 4.8
correct
as well, and still need to support 5.2. PHP 5.2.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does that answer your question, John?
Yes, thanks. Yeah, I just needed clarity about exactly where that break was. But yeah, so the underlying reason is because we need to remove the existing camel case version of those methods because their signature won't be cross-compatible with PHPUnit versions.
Yeah.
That adds the void return type on them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I did just have a
Can we
look.
come?
I needed to.
Sorry, John?
So, and because Tonya asked earlier, can we have like 2 different versions, one with void, one without? And my answer to that was no, we cannot, because then again, every single test case which overloads those methods would also need 2 different versions. So
Yep.
that would literally be a maintenance nightmare, and we really don't want to do that.
Yeah, and the only reason for that was to make sure that we're not breaking things for the extender community. It's not advantageous for core. Core doesn't need it, but it was more thinking about how we can also serve the extender community. Here's another comment here that we'll just put up too for consideration. So thinking that the themes, I don't think the themes would be impacted. Plugins impacted, yeah.
So Stephen's point about backporting the snake case methods is important because otherwise you then end up in a situation where you can't use the snake case method if you want to test on older versions of WordPress.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this one here, yeah. I don't think we can have both.
So there are, if we want to go the backport route, then there are a number of, not all of the commits, but a number of commits which would need to be backported, yes.
I mean, a backport to an older branch could be just as simple as introducing the snake case method that wraps the camel case method. Would there be a need for any other change?
I'd need to think about that because I've not had to backport it before. As I say, I mean, obviously you need the polyfill, the polyfill dependency, and you'd need to make sure that all the traits are available because otherwise method names for the new assertions and expectation methods aren't available. For voids, I'd need to have a think about it. I don't have an answer for you right now.
John, were you meaning only backporting, just a wrapper? Or were you meaning extending and pulling in the polyfills too into that backport?
I guess my point was if I want to write tests that work with the new snake case method, but I also want those tests to work on older versions of WordPress, I think the only thing that I would need is for those snake case methods to also be available on older versions of WordPress.
Yeah, you wouldn't necessarily need the polyfills.
Yeah. And those would then live actually in that WP unit test case top layer class, which was the empty class we were discussing earlier, whether we should deprecate it or not and switch out or not. If we put those methods in older WordPress versions there, that would keep things clean. And those would just call the camel method under the hood.
Yeah, that would be pretty clean. Yeah, self-contained as well.
I think that could work.
So you still got a back-compat break because at some point everybody needs to switch from camel case to snake case, but it would be backwards compatible with older versions of WordPress. I mean, not point versions, obviously, but the older branches.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So it would only be 5.9 that they would need to consider. Well, they would need to change at that point, but 5.8 and so on backwards. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Stephen, what do you think? I know you're still there thinking about this.
What I was going to say as well is I had hoped that there was a magic method we could use
I know.
to handle this, but the call magic method is only invoked if you're trying to call a method that doesn't exist. And because it exists on the PHPUnit class, it wouldn't be invoked.
It exists here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Believe me, when I worked on the Polyfills, I've considered so many different options, and yeah, I ended up with this.
I know Dion was thinking about some kind of pre-processing of PHP files.
But
I did see a patch from him somewhere, but that's a rabbit hole on its own, isn't it?
Yeah, he actually he wrote a proof of concept and then basically advised against it because of the maintainability, and I mean, you'd have to continuously update that as well, and rewriting tests on the fly creates yet another point of failure for tests as well, where you'd have to debug whether the test is failing because the test is actually failing, or whether because of the rewriting, which is exactly what the Polyfills tries to avoid.
Yeah.
And Stephen is saying if you only wrap the snake case, you wouldn't have the methods for the assertions, but we could have the polyfill traits in that same class, so that is not an issue. We can that's not the problematic bit.
So the second part of Stephen's point there, so plugins that did support this approach would have to continue using older assertions, or no?
No, they wouldn't. No, if the polyfill traits are added to that test case, just like the wrapper functions as we just discussed, then and so the polyfill package would have to be added to Composer. Those wrapper functions would then be added to the WPUnit test case, not the base test case.
Mm-hmm.
And then the polyfill traits are also added to the unit test test case, of the WPUnit test case. Mm-hmm. And that way the assertions are available. And even then, I mean, whether people want to use those assertions or not, they could already be using them. They could already have their own dependency on the PHPUnit polyfills. That's the beauty of having it as an external package. They can already use those polyfills now. Exactly. So their assertion might have been updated already. Their only limit for not being able to run the tests on PHPUnit 8 or PHPUnit 9 at this moment is that in the WordPress test suite Bootstrap, there's a hard condition for PHPUnit 5, 6, or 7. Mm-hmm. And it will literally just exit out of the Bootstrap and fail to run the tests because of that hard condition in the Bootstrap. And that is also very inhibitive and problematic for plugin integration tests at the moment.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Oh. They cannot move to PHPUnit 8 or 9, even though they can use the assertions already via the polyfills because of the bootstrap of the WordPress itself. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question?
Yeah, what's a follow-up? What are you thinking about there, John, in the case of the extender community?
I mean, I agree, and unless there is some kind of magic method we can get to handle the old snake case methods, which, Juliette, it sounds like you've spent a lot of time looking into it, so assuming the answer is no.
I've not found a solution.
I think it's going to have to be the backcompat break, but at least it's a known one. So the backcompat break comes at the point when you want to start testing your plugins code on the version of WordPress where we introduced this, so 5.9,
Yes.
for example. And
Yeah,
at that point in
one,
time, you switch all of your tests over to Snakecase, and then assuming that we've backported those Snakecase methods to the older branches, is just a one-off change.
Right.
That's my understanding.
Yes.
and I think it would be good if we don't wait till close to the release to create the dev note, but
Yes.
basically as soon as these changes are in
Right.
and backported, we publish the dev note for this, so that any plugin or which uses integration test has fair warning and can look this up as soon as it's available, basically.
We give them a very long on-ramp to get their repositories ready. Right. Yeah.
That's the idea.
Yeah.
I wonder whether there might be developers who are being a bit clever and they're automatically running their tests on the latest version. So when 5.9 is released, their tests automatically start running on 5.9, and then that would break.
Mm-hmm. It would.
But again, it's just a test break, and that's the whole point of tests. So
That lets you know
And it's
something's
also the
wrong.
responsibility
Right.
of the plugin developers which do that, which they've chosen to do it that way. And if they've made that as a conscious choice, they are also responsible for the consequences. And we try to keep the BC break to the absolute minimum, but there is no avoiding a BC break here. We have to have a BC break one way or another. And this is basically the one which will be smallest and still keep it as intuitive as possible for contributors.
also updating to a newer version of PHPUnit is a back compat break. So
Exactly.
if developers want to use PHPUnit, what was it, 8 that introduced the void return type on those methods?
Yeah.
If you want to use that, that or later, that in itself is a back compat break. So you need to change your methods there.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't see a way to avoid it. It's just how to mitigate it to make it easier for the extender community. Getting it committed and taken care of immediately, and then getting dev notes out there, and then throughout all the different channels where we can reach extenders to let them know they want to be addressing this now. Gives them a very long on-ramp. And then, Juliette, if taking care of that through the utils, that gives them another way to potentially be able to bridge that for themselves.
Yeah. And I know people are using utils. I recently had a question about the WCLI setup for basically the bootstrapping, which creates a test setup from WPCLI, and it's been made compatible with that as well. So basically, it's relatively low barrier of entry for people to integrate that.
Can I just ask the question of, does adopting utils into core help in any way with the extenders? First of all, is there anything in core that needs it? And two, is there anything that by adopting it? Okay.
The whole point is, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but as far as I know, the mock object classes weren't, at the time when I was testing, weren't backported from WordPress 5.6 to older branches. And I'm talking the PHPUnit 9 mock object classes. And it largely solves that.
Oh, okay.
And it solves certain things for BrainMonkey to have a test case which does things correctly. But there's nothing there. It's
nothing of value.
It's literally to help plugins be able to test across multiple WordPress versions more than anything.
Yeah.
So that's with this backporting which we're discussing, I might not even need to make changes to the test utils.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm wondering too. So that's why I wanted to raise it, because we keep talking about utils to just get it out there for folks to see that it really doesn't add anything for core. If we're backporting at least a wrapper, maybe then that just helps too.
Yeah, and I saw Stephen's remark saying that what we have been discussing just now about the backporting and about the fact that there is no avoiding a BC break makes sense. So I'm happy to see that.
Yeah. Yeah, none of us like this. we don't like BC breaks at all. In this case, it is test, not live production.
I mean, we've already basically delayed this for
a long time.
But I mean, PHPUnit 8, I think, came out 2.5, 3 years ago. I mean, we've been delaying this because of the void problem, patching up as much as possible, but increasing the technical debt and the maintenance burden for our test suites even more than it was before. We need to bite this bullet one way or another. I think with the tests basically not being able to run on PHP 8.1 with PHPUnit 7, now is the time. But we might, with lots of magic, be able to still get the test running on PHPUnit 7, but I don't think so.
Yeah.
And we need to bite this bullet one way or another.
Yeah, well, and doing it as early as possible gives the extender community plenty of time. The longer we wait, the shorter the time they have before 5.9 releases. Yeah,
you're talking as early as possible in the release cycle.
Yes.
We're already 2 years late, 3 years
Oh,
late.
no, I'm talking now, not back 3 years ago. Yeah, I'm talking now versus dragging our feet more. Yeah.
I also think that, this whole backwards compatibility discussion is very valid for the WordPress source code for the test suite. I think it's a much more manageable thing. There's not going to be sites that break because of this backwards compatibility break. It's about the test suites that break, and if somebody plugs WordPress 5.9 into their test suite and they haven't heard about these changes, well, they're soon going to find out about it. We might even be able to put some kind of, I was going to say some kind of check, maybe some kind of error handler. If we have a fatal error raised because the setup method is incompatible, put a message in the output with a link to the docs. I'd have to have a bit of a think about how exactly to do that, but we could
try to capture it.
We could probably find some way of overriding the error handler, maybe to put a message specifically with info about the change.
That's something
we
have to do with the test listener, I think, and lo and behold, the PHPUnit Polyfills has a test listener cross version.
That's good.
So we can actually do that.
Yeah, so then we can
link
them.
Find somewhere to do that. Yeah, so instead of just having a fatal, or rather having, I suppose there's two situations. Then there's one, the situation where a test has used the camel case setup method, and it will suddenly be skipping the WordPress setup. And there's also a case where they haven't. I was going to say a case where they haven't used them, but actually that wouldn't be an issue, would it? So there's not going to be any fatals, is there? Because
there is.
So if you run the test suite and it runs on PHPUnit 8, you'll get a fatal.
Well, PHPUnit elevates all warnings and notices to errors, but then catches them and displays them as errored out tests.
So if we can catch those and put a specific error about this change in there, that would also help anybody who hasn't heard of the changes.
Well, and we can also put more information into that message with a link that takes them to the docs, also takes them to the dev notes, so they not only know the context of what it is, but what the next steps are for them to go and do something. Yeah.
And I think we need to link this video into the dev note as well, because it will explain to people why we're taking these decisions and all the consideration which goes into it. I mean, we're not doing it because we want to create a BC break.
No, we do not.
We're trying as much as possible to avoid it and to keep it as small as possible.
And we've just spent 2 years trying to avoid it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
here we are.
But also for people to understand how to make the test compatible. I can imagine that watching this stream afterwards will be educational for people who need to make their own plugin integration test suite compatible, seeing what we're doing for core and what they need to do.
Yeah, I'll end up putting timestamps after we get done and it's published so that people can quickly jump to different things. And this particular conversation will be a one that they can jump right to. And we can link if need be. I did want to put up Steven's note here that he's 100% behind getting this in core ASAP. Right, so anything we can do to help the extender community out there, because I know back when I was with a plugin or with a product company, this would add a lot onto my team to have to go in and update the test suite. But having a very long on-ramp, we could slowly go through and make those changes.
Yeah. And the good thing is, because we have the adapter layer, we only have to make this change once. If at some point in the future we want to change it, we can change it in the adapter layer.
Exactly.
And we should not create a new BC break for extenders.
Yeah, that was a part that you missed, John, when you were away. We were talking about why it was so important to add that adapter layer. Though it may look skinny by the time we get done with it, it's there because we know in the future we need flexibility, and this gives us a way to be able to do that without impacting folks. So.
Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't be at all surprised if we end up using it in the future for covering ourselves for other breaking changes in PHPUnit.
I agree. Mostly since some of the changes we've seen over the last year have been pretty big changes. Just imagine what's going to be coming in the future. Yeah.
Well, hopefully we'll be able to sort a lot of that out via the Polyfills. But if there's things which can't be sorted via the Polyfills, then yes, we have that adapter layer to still fix it.
Exactly.
And work around it as much as possible.
Exactly. So are we all in agreement then that that this is the step we need to do? And then I put down some notes that we can capture in the ticket too, that we recognize this is a breaking change. We can put a wrapper in and backport that to older branches. For folks, and then getting the dev note, capturing in the test runner, capturing the message or the error so that we can add more information in to point developers to the right places they need to go, and then publishing those docs. Does that sound like a good plan? Do we all agree? Or yeah?
Agree with that.
Yeah, that sounds like a better developer experience than you would get just by if you're using a project, non-WordPress project, and you update PHPUnit to PHPUnit 8, you're just going to see errors about your signatures being incompatible because of the missing void.
Right.
Yeah, but other projects generally will say, okay, but we're just going to drop any PHP version below 7.1, and it's WordPress' choice not to do that. So it is also WordPress making life more difficult in some ways by not dropping.
Right, but I meant from the point of view of an extender, maybe if you're not aware of those changes, you try and run your test suite against PHPUnit 8 and suddenly all of your setup methods aren't compatible. You're just going to get a fatal from PHP.
Right, and there's no guidance to know what to do. So at least we're going further to have a better developer experience.
There could be some info in there, but I think just dropping a message in the output with a link would be very useful.
No, that was a great idea, John.
Yeah, we can even add maybe a message, and then only for WordPress 5.9, I think, in the Bootstrap, saying, and leave that in for, the next 6 months and take it out after that. If you are extending the test suite as a plugin developer, read this make post because of important breaking changes. I mean, there's information in the Bootstrap anyway about, setting up the database, etc., etc. Why not add an informative message like that to it for, the next 6 months? I mean, only people who develop or run tests will see the message.
Right. We're the only ones looking at it as developers.
Those are precisely the people we need to reach.
Yeah. What do you think of that idea, Sergey and John? Just one more step for a better developer experience.
Yeah, it sounds good. We have in the Bootstrap, we also have the check for which PHPUnit versions we support, so it seems like a good place to have that message. I have also spent some time 2 years ago trying to avoid that BC break, and I couldn't find any way, so it seems like it's necessary evil. And whatever we can do to make this easier sounds good.
That actually makes for a very nice bridge, because the next commit we would be looking at is the change in the test Bootstrap, where I'm loosening the requirements for PHPUnit. So the polyfills actually have a minimum of 5.7.21, and that's because in PHPUnit 6 they namespaced all the classes. In PHPUnit 5.7.21 and 4.8 something, a number of those namespaced classes were added as a forward compatibility layer to PHPUnit. So if you use the right versions of PHPUnit 4 or 5, those namespace classes are already available, which makes life a hell of a lot easier, because you don't have to create class aliases as much. So that's why 5.7.21 is the minimum version. And I've removed the maximum version now, basically, because if we're implementing it the way I'm currently proposing, the test would currently be compatible with all released PHPUnit versions, preferring obviously that people use the latest of every major. So yeah. So that's the next step.
Makes sense.
Yep, makes sense.
Then, and this is one which might garner some discussion again. Mm-hmm. Remove the PHPUnit dependency from the composer.JSON require def. The reason why I'm saying that is the PHPUnit polyfills already has a PHPUnit dependency and will limit that based on which versions are supported. So at this moment, PHPUnit 10 is not supported yet, so is not included in the PHPUnit version supported by the polyfills. So that's a version constraint from the polyfills, which we will inherit by having the polyfills. Once the polyfills have a version which is compatible with PHPUnit 10, their version constraint for PHPUnit will be widened, and we would inherit that widening automatically. If we have our own constraint, first of all, it could at some point start conflicting with the constraint from the polyfills, but also we wouldn't inherit the widening of versions once it's available. So this is what I'm saying. I can imagine this could garner some discussion, but there is a reason why I'm recommending removing the PHPUnit requirement from our own composer and deferring to the PHPUnit polyfills for that. Does this make sense to people? Any questions about that?
Yeah, for me, it makes sense that we're using the polyfills to be our bridge to be able to handle the cross-versioning. So it makes sense then to make sure that PHPUnit is managed through it as well for the version. Somehow I've got John has dropped off of I can reassign you. Hold on one sec.
Sergey, does it make sense to you?
Yeah, looks good to me as well.
And no concerns?
No, not that I can think of.
If John comes back, when he comes back, we can see if he has an opinion as well. But let's move to the next commit in that case.
Yep.
What I'm proposing in the next commit, and yes, there is a BC break there in some way as well. We're using the mock objects classes from PHPUnit 9, and they've been copied into WordPress core, included, and then I added that temporary autoloader for those classes. Those are no longer needed if we run the tests with the PHPUnit version, which is supported on the PHP version on which we're running them. So we can remove it completely because we can divert to the PHPUnit version. And the BC break there is only that if there are integration tests from extenders which specifically look for these classes in the WordPress code base, they wouldn't find them anymore. But that's exactly the intention, because they can now use PHPUnit 9 and just use the classes as they come with PHPUnit 9.
Right. So that could be something else that we document as well in our dev note. Just backing up real quick before we discuss this one, John said he needed to step away for a few minutes, but he said for the previous conversation, this change also makes a lot of sense and gave us a thumbs up. So with having the Polyfills handle and consume in that dependency of PHPUnit.
Happy to hear it.
Okay. So see, not as much conversation as you thought on that one, huh?
No, it is. I mean, it's a one-line change, but it's a 49 explanation of why this makes sense.
Totally agree. And I'm glad that you brought it up. Okay.
Yeah, this is just removing the mock objects. Then PHPUnit 8 introduces a caching mechanism, which is automatically turned on but not configured optimally. I'm not addressing the configuring it optimally in this PR, but that cache file does get generated and it should not be committed. We don't want that file to be committed to the code base. So an SVN ignore and a git ignore for that file needs to be added.
Okay. Yeah.
And not really something up for discussion. Okay, then there is assert array subset. That's an assertion which was removed in PHPUnit 9 without replacement. Now there is a polyfill available for that, not in the PHPUnit polyfill, because the PHPUnit polyfills differs to the latest version of PHPUnit for what it supports. And as this was removed, it's not going to be polyfilled. There is another polyfill available for that, but as these assertions were only used in 2 places in the code base in the whole test suite of WordPress core, I did not think adding an extra dependency here was necessary, because we can just as easily replace those two assertions with a for each. And these for eaches do basically the same thing as assert array subset.
Yeah, I think so, because our instances are so small here. And you're right, I do remember seeing that polyfill out there, but it may not be something that we need. What do you think, Sergey?
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, the polyfill originally was only compatible with PHPUnit 9, which made it not very usable, because if you want to run your test cross-version, then you want to be able to require that package in no matter whether you use PHPUnit 7, 8, or 9, except that was not possible. And it took 6 months, but that's been changed. So if in the future we would start using assert array subset in more places, or similar code in more places in the code base, then we can still consider adding that dependency. The package is compatible now with PHP 5.4 and up PHPUnit 4. It's basically the same requirements as the Polyfills, and will allow to be installed under the same requirements as the Polyfills. So it is an option for the future, but as there were only 2 assertions now, I didn't think adding that as an extra dependency at this point added value.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. But knowing that it's there for any extenders out there that may also need it, it's good for them to know as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's available on packages to be able to pull in. So.
I actually mentioned the packagist and the composer name.
Okay,
here.
good.
In the commit, I'm thinking, should I add a link to the commit message for the package? But as we're not using it, it doesn't add value to add that link to this commit message. Mm-hmm. But yeah, the information about the package being available is in the commit message.
Good. So it's all there for folks. Yep.
Yeah. Next, we're still aliasing quite a few classes. To be quite fair, I think most of these can be removed, but I didn't want to run the risk of creating even more BC breaks because people might be relying on them being available. So I've just left them in place. No BC break there. The only thing is that the PHPUnit get opt class no longer exists in PHPUnit 9. So aliasing a class which doesn't exist does not work.
Yeah.
Which means that now needs to be a conditional alias.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I agree with leaving them. Sure, we're using a lot of aliases, but we can leave them for
we're actually not using them ourselves anymore.
Right.
Okay. Next one. These are just okay. So in PHPUnit, what is it? 802. The assert contains method can basically strict type, which means that if yes, you're checking whether a certain value exists in an array, but the type of the value also has to match. So in this case, we're looking for strings in an array of strings, but new approved might have been, and probably in this case was an integer. Mm-hmm. So that's why I'm string casting to make sure that the type matches.
Yep.
The fact that the type did not match is an underlying problem, which we may want to have a look at in core itself.
Yep.
Why type being returned is not the type we expect.
We expected, right.
But for now, this will get the tests running and passing, and we should probably open a new issue, a new ticket about these 3 classes where we need to look into why the type returned by core is not the type expected.
Yep. I'll add that on the action list.
Here there's integers versus strings again, but hard-coded, and integers versus strings again. So yeah.
Alrighty.
Yeah. Okay. Then the next one. Remember in the previous 3R range of commits that I said there's one we couldn't change yet for the PHP native errors?
Right. Now we can here. Okay.
Yeah, because of a bug in PHPUnit itself. Now, yeah. As we're now going to be running the tests on an appropriate PHPUnit version, we'll be using a version of PHPUnit in which that bug is fixed, so we can change it.
Yes.
Yes. And then there is one more change.
Okay.
The expect deprecated method, which is basically an expectation method which is native to WordPress itself. And very luckily, it's called expect deprecated, not expect deprecation, which is the name used in PHPUnit itself for the PHP native deprecations. I expect deprecated and expect deprecation is going to cause a hell of a lot of confusion.
Yes.
But renaming this method now would be again a BC break. We could choose to rename it, but also leave it in place with a deprecation notice. You should switch your assertion to the new method name in WordPress core to prevent confusion. So expect WordPress deprecation or something.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that is something we should discuss. But for now, the problem this commit solves is the fact that this method was using the of a test case get annotation method, which was a method which in PHPUnit itself was marked as internal and not falling under the backward compatibility guarantee from PHPUnit.
Mm.
Yeah, so it's been removed.
Whoopsie. Yep.
Hey, no backward compatibility guarantee, then
Nope.
this kind of thing can happen. It's only recently been removed in PHPUnit 9.5.
Okay.
Luckily, there's still a way to get at the information, which
Absolutely.
is what I've implemented.
And that's a
this
good tip for everybody, by the way. Anyone listening, if you're going to use a private method, function, whatever, that's the risk that you run, is that it's marked private. So, yeah.
Well, in this case, it was a public method, but for private use.
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah,
John.
so again, this parse test method annotation is also not covered by the BC guarantee. So no telling how long this will work, but for now, it works. So, but I do think we need probably to introduce a method with a different name from expect deprecated, because expect deprecated, expecting a WordPress deprecation notice, versus expect deprecation, which is expecting a PHP native deprecation notice, is just going to confuse the hell out of people.
Yeah,
So if anyone has a good new name, and then we can rename the method, have the old method still there with a deprecation warning. We're not breaking BC, but we're just making life less confusing for people by preferring a new name.
well, and if we use that same process that we talked about before with our breaking change of wrapping it, and then that's part of also something that we backport, then it's, that can help there too. But yeah, I agree with you that is confusing. So John, welcome back. We're kind of talking about something here that's confusing.
The fact that there's the similar sounding method in PHPUnit. Yeah. What's the one in PHPUnit?
Sorry? It's expect deprecation for expect deprecation. And that's for expecting PHP native deprecation warnings. And we're actually really, really lucky that PHPUnit didn't name their method expect deprecated. Because then we'd really have a problem. Now we can it will still work. And even if we rename it, we can do that in a way which will still continue to work without BC break, but still give people the option to go to a more sensible name.
Okay, so we can introduce a wrapper method. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, basically I would want to make expect deprecated the wrapper method and deprecate this method, and then basically rename the real functionality to expect WordPress deprecation or something.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it's looking for deprecated function, deprecated argument, hook, doing it wrong kind of things.
So that change doesn't need to really be part of any of these changes, does it? It's just a future enhancement by the sound of things.
It would make sense though to do it in this PR, because then it can go into the same dev node and in the same backport. So I think it would be good to have these the method rename and deprecation of the old name in the same PR. But yeah, the having expect deprecated for the WordPress specific ones and expect deprecation for the PHP native ones, it's just going to confuse people, in my opinion.
Yeah, now to John's point, it's not necessary for the things that we're doing here to get the tests all running on the different versions. It's more, it's more we see it as, expect deprecation is something that is new there, and it could be an opportunity for us to discuss, does that make sense to deprecate this method name and change it to something else? And then teach folks all these things that we're doing in the test suite, teach them all at one time. What do you think, John?
Yeah.
There's value in doing it in the same, like making all these changes in the same version of WordPress. Yeah, good point. If we do all the changes in 5.9, then somebody only needs to deal with that once, one set of changes.
Exactly, versus we do it now and then we do more breaking changes for them. Or it's not a breaking change, right? Because they're going to get a deprecation notice on it to know that they need to upgrade at some point. But it'd be good to bite the bullet and say, here's a list of things that you need to do in your test suite.
Yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, and I'm hoping we can show a deprecation notice. If not, then we won't have a deprecation notice, and the method will still work.
Yeah.
But we should annotate it in the dev note more than anything, because that just make sense if people can do all these changes in one go.
Yeah.
But yeah, as John correctly says, it doesn't have to be part of this PR, and which is why I didn't do it. But it is something which I find concerning.
Yeah, I agree. Sergey, John, do you agree with that?
Yep.
Okay, that's basically with these changes. There's two things which I haven't done in this PR yet. Well, three things, which I've got a slide where I'm listing them, which are still necessary. But other than that, with these changes, the test can run on PHPUnit 9.5 with PHP 8.1, and will show 1,500 failures.
But they can run.
And the first list of changes to fix those are, I've got a list of changes lined up already, but we're not going to discuss those anymore today. In 2 weeks' time, we have a next session, and we might be able to have a look at some of those then. What I would like to do is go back to the slide deck and have a look at the very last slide, which, it shows two of the three things I haven't done. The first one is the Speedtrap listener package. Basically, we currently have 2 or 3 versions of the Speedtrap listening package in WordPress core copied in, but it is actually a composer package. And with the widening of the PHPUnit requirements, I think it would be worth it to see if they have their version constraints set well enough, and to see if we can defer back to the package and have the package as a dependency rather than have the Speedtrap code in WordPress core and having to make the listener compatible with multiple PHPUnit versions.
I have an opinion on this.
Yes, please.
I think we should just get rid of the Speedtrap listener completely, because it's not being used. So the point of that listener is to surface slow tests. But we've got lots of tests that are above the Speedtrap listener slow test threshold. Nobody's doing anything about it. I would be in favour of just getting rid of it.
I can get completely behind that, and I would then advocate also removing those classes from core, because again, copyright violation in potential, so we might as well make sure that liability is removed as well. And let's be fair, if someone at some point does want to do something about it, they can also always temporarily add that package to their own setup and still run it. there's nothing withholding someone from running it.
Correct.
Yeah, especially now it's a composer package that you can drop in.
No.
You can just drop it into your local copy or drop it into your plugin or whatever. We've got a ticket on Trac somewhere as well for increasing that threshold for the tests that perform HTTP, external HTTP connections, because they're all of the ones that are above the threshold. Basically, any test that does an HTTP request will always be above that threshold. Yeah. And we could just close that and say, we're just going to get rid of the listener. So
And
yeah,
you don't
don't know. Sergey, what do you think?
Yeah, I was just wondering what if someone does want to look into optimizing the tests, but then again, they could just also add the package to their own setup, so I don't have any.
And on addition to that, I mean, if we want to look at slow tests, you don't actually even need the Speedtrap listener package. There is a PHPUnit, I think, invoker package, and if you annotate tests with @slow, for instance, then PHPUnit can actually fill your test suites based on those annotations. You have to, I think, fill on risky. You have to enable that. You have to add the PHP invoker package, but that is PHPUnit native functionality via an add-on already, and we don't actually need the Speedtrap listener for that. Yeah. So there is an option there to still have those annotations in the package to maintain to document basically where we expect slow test and whether we want to add something to that for that later. For now, we're gonna the decision is basically let's remove it and revisit if at some point someone wants to start fixing it.
Yeah, John, I think that ticket you mentioned was 38237. I dropped that in the chat for folks too. That's the one, increase the slow test threshold.
Yeah, I think that's the one. Yeah, where did you drop that? In the YouTube?
I did. I dropped that in right above Steven's comment there, which by the way, he's giving us a thumbs up on dropping it too. So
yeah. So let's drop it for now, and hey, that means we can close yet another ticket.
Yeah.
That means what we've reviewed today,
yeah,
we can close 3 tickets: the composer.lock one, the PHPUnit 8 one, and the Speedtrap one. Now, the second question which I have here is how to handle standard class invoke warning. Okay, there's 4 if I now run the test on PHP 8.1 with PHPUnit 9, I still get 4 warnings. Those warnings do not mean the tests fail. The test will still run and pass, but basically, I think it's in the REST API in some tests there. There are some tests which create a new standard class as sort of a mock double object and then use the invoke method on those.
Right.
Except standard class doesn't have an invoke method defined. And that's where the warnings come in, where PHPUnit is basically saying you're calling a method which isn't defined on a class. So in the future version of PHPUnit, this is going to fail. It doesn't define yet which future version. So again, those warnings do not currently impact the running of the tests. I think we can leave it for now, but I also think that when the whole refactor of the test suite is being handled, which was already mentioned earlier, then this would probably be something to sort out with a fixture, with a test double or a test mock class to sort this out. I mean, this is typically the type of situation where anonymous classes would come in really handy.
Yeah.
Except, hey, we can't use them.
Right.
Do you agree with leaving those warnings in for now? As I say, it's 4 tests which generate a warning. And I think there's actually a data provider, so it's probably 2 tests with each 2 test cases. And that we leave that, probably open a ticket to address that separately, as at this moment it's not a blocker to run the tests and get them to pass.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a blocker to me, but it's definitely something that fits well into the next batch of work when we get into the reorganization work. What do you think, John and Sergey?
Yep, sounds right.
Okay.
Agreed. Yeah. Let's get a ticket open for that so we don't lose track of it.
All right.
Yeah. And then the last point, which is not on the slide, is the fact that I haven't actually adjusted the CI scripts yet, the GitHub action scripts, for getting the test to run on 8.1. And the reason for that is because we were still discussing the CI changes in the composer.lock PR. And I knew if I'd make those changes already, then I'd have to resolve conflict every time I rebased. So I figured I'd wait until the composer.lock changes were sorted out. It should not be much more than adding 8.1 to the matrix, I think, and probably running 8.1 for now with ignore platform requirements, because officially PHPUnit 9.5 doesn't yet support 8.1, but I expect that either 9.6, I kind of expect 9.6 to officially support it, and expect that to be released somewhere over the next month or so. And once that is released, we don't need the ignore platform requirements anymore. So I expect the CI changes to be small, but that's the last open issue for this PR then. And obviously what we already discussed, we need to update the running and contributing docs for the tests.
Yes.
And write a make post, but yeah, that is known by now.
Okay.
Altogether, I think we're through what
that was everything.
What we needed to do today, and I think we've done a lot of discussing, a lot of explaining as well for people listening, and that I'd be very happy to hear your opinions. Are we a go or not?
John?
In general, I think absolutely. Basically every sort of point that had been raised in the pull request and on the tickets, I think, has been addressed. I think by the sounds of things, we're all happy with this level of back compat breakage because it's confined to the unit test suite. I think the discussion about the failing tests on 8.1 are separate, as you said, Juliette. We don't need to talk about those now. I'm sure, what did you say? There's 1,500 of them. I'm sure that there's going to be, there's not going to be 1,500 fixes we're going to have to make. That will be a few core fixes that will fix the majority of them. I would hope so anyway.
You saw stacked up above this. There's something like 10 or 12 fixes which I've got lined up already, and that brings it down to about 1,500.
There you go.
So I do think there's also a lot of undiscovered issues in core. Yeah. There's a lot of the core code base which is not covered by tests and which isn't even touched in the tests. And I do expect a lot more problems still. But with the 10, 12 fixes which I've got lined up already, and which do still need test and discussion, etc. But the fixes itself, I don't expect to be very problematic. We bring it down from 1,500 to 150, and then we still have those 150 to deal with. But that already makes it a lot more manageable.
Yep. I mean, we had to deal with the same thing in PHP 8. We had a certain amount of issues that were flagged in the unit tests. We had a certain amount that were picked up in static analysis, and then we had a certain amount which we just got found during testing. That's just how it's going to be, and it'll be the same for 8.1.
Yeah, and the more tests we add, the more comprehensive we make our test suite, the more we can find in the future via the test suite. So anyone who wants to contribute, please come and help us, come and join us.
Yep.
What's the status of the PHP compatibility library for 8.1?
Okay, let's finish this round first, and then I'll answer that after that, because
that's a big one.
Okay.
But John, hold on, John, you're okay with all the points that we've discussed, that we can get the steps that she's laid out in all of those commits. We can go ahead and move forward to get those into the core library, right?
Yeah, I'm happy with those. I'm happy to introduce the Polyfill library. Happy to make those changes to the order of the class structure. They all make complete sense.
All right, good. And then we have our next steps too. We'll need our dev notes once we get this all in, and our backport of those wrappers.
Yep.
And then helping our community to be able to make their changes. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Who normally does the backports? Is that you, John?
Well,
Sergey?
It's whoever volunteers. To be really honest, it's whoever volunteers. And lately, it's been John de Rosier to quite a degree lately. Although, a lot of other people do help out. I don't know, Sergey, what do you think? I would be inclined to get everything fixed in Trunk and make sure we've covered everything before we start to consider backporting and what out of those changes we need to backport. What do you think?
Yeah, I think once we've finalized that PR for removing the composer.lock file, we can start committing these things, and once we have everything working in Trunk as expected, should be fine to backport.
I'd be happy to work with whoever will actually commit the backports to get the patches ready, and do like a pair programming session while we're doing that together. I think that will probably be most productive.
Yeah.
I'm not the SVN wizard like Sergey is, and John is also a lot more comfortable with SVN than me. So big reason why I barely ever commit to the core code base, but I'm happy to work with someone to prepare the patches and get them ready.
Yeah, and we can do that via pull requests as well. Don't need that to be all on SVN patches. Like, you can open a pull request against one of the branches. Yeah.
How far would we backport this though? All the way back to 3.7? Or all the way back, or to 5.2? No, actually, we can't backport it further than 5.2, because before that we still needed to support PHP 5.2, and the Polyfills has a minimum PHP requirement of 5.4.
Yeah, what I was going to say is, I'm off the top of my head, I can't remember exactly which versions of WordPress drop support for which PHP version. So probably the answer to that is we should get together and have a think about it. Probably open a separate ticket for that, just to kind of keep it contained.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. It was 5.2 that dropped support for 5.2. So
Yeah, I get that.
It's a pity 5.6 wasn't
There wasn't the one.
same. Yeah.
Yeah. 5.2 dropped support for PHP below 5.6, and I'm trying to think. I think it was 3.7 which dropped support for anything below PHP 5.2. But
3.7 is the earliest.
The Polyfills are not going to be made compatible further back than 5.4. I mean, originally they had a 5.6 minimum, and or largely because PHP Mailer is a dependency of WordPress, they were made compatible with PHP 5.5, so PHP Mailer could use them as well. And I then ended up making them compatible with 5.4 as well, but I don't think we can go further back, because then we get a problem that PHPUnit 3 would be needed, and those don't have the forward compatibility namespace classes, and that becomes a whole different issue. So
we will need to have a bit of a think. It might also be a case where, again, it's just impossible, for all intents and purposes, it's impossible for us to backport much further back, because the amount of effort to do that is just gets ridiculous. So maybe we'll invite a few people just to maybe some of the popular plugins, see what kind of versions they're going back to in their test suite. Does anybody know what Yoast SEO goes back to in their test suite?
one version back. They support the current WordPress version and one version back.
Right, so that's fine. And then what about for PHP? Is it 5.6 now?
Yeah, 5.6 minimum.
Yeah, so unless there are plugins that are supporting really old versions of WordPress beyond old versions of PHP beyond 5.6, I think we're going to be fine going back to 5.2 then.
Yeah, I mean, I really, as I say, from a polyfill perspective, it's not realistic going further back than what I've done now. And 5.4 PHP minimum and PHPUnit 4.8 minimum is really as far back as I can go. And
so even if we do try to go earlier than 5.2, you have to go to PHP 5.2. So
the 5.2 is a decent. I mean, that's 7 versions back. That is a very decent range, I think.
Yeah, I think I would say that's fine, but let's open a ticket on Trac just to kind of capture that and get that ball rolling once we've got everything into trunk.
Yeah, I agree. I was just going back and looking at some other plugins out there in the space. WooCommerce is PHP 7 minimum now. That would be a good thing to do, is to take a look.
What does
I haven't
Jetpack
followed those stats, to be honest. I haven't had a look recently to see what the minimum PHP version is on a lot of popular plugins.
Yeah.
What about Jetpack? Because
looking
that's
right now.
quite as well. Yeah.
Not specified in the repo, in the header. That's a bummer.
I mean, on a couple of my plugins, I still technically support 5.3, but I don't actually test them in my test suite. So I have the PHP compatibility scan with the PHP version, and that's it. But the test suite doesn't run on those versions.
Jetpack
so
is 5.6.
Syntax is correct.
Yeah. Okay, Jetpack is 5.6.
And which WordPress version?
5.7 or higher.
Okay, so that's there, and that'd be fine.
Yep, that one's fine.
Yep.
Yoast is fine. WooCommerce is fine. So yeah, looking at some of these bigger plugins, I'll just take a note to kind of take a peruse around and see if I can audit some of these, just so we can plop that into the ticket too.
Yeah, and as I say, I'm happy to work with someone, and maybe John would as well, because to get the backport patches prepared and to review those with someone. But I don't think everything needs to be, I think just the framework needs to be backported, not the details. So not the most changes to the actual test don't need to be backported. It just the framework based changes so that if new tests get backported, they won't fail because the framework not being available.
Yeah, that's a good point. If we have some security fixes, to get backported. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Sergey, you've been quiet. What do you think?
I'm just excited for this to move forward.
Yeah, me too.
So let's make a plan. I'm gonna fix up the CI commit for the composer.lock one. I'll do that later tonight. That means I saw Jonathan's remark as well. He says with the date change in the cache, happy for it to be committed, and we can always revisit moving to the composer action later. So we might want to open a ticket to again on Trac to investigate and as a reminder for later for looking into changing to that caching action. But for now, this is ready for commit then. And then as soon as that's committed, I will rebase and pull out the specific changes for the assertions PR and pull that to GitHub. And link it to the PHPUnit 8 ticket. And so then that introduces the polyfills and fixes the assertion part of it. Mm-hmm. And then the next step would be void. Are we okay with doing it in those 3 PR steps, basically?
Sounds perfect to me.
John? Yep. Okay. Lots of thumbs up.
Agreed.
Okay.
Excellent.
Okay. This is the beauty of working sessions. We can go through something that's big like this, that has a big impact to core, but we also got to discuss the extender community and what are we going to do, and we made that even better to deal with some of these things. So coming together like this, and maybe next time too, we can start to invite some other folks in as well to come and talk with us. And yeah. Okay.
And these aren't the simple problems, but it is the kind of problems which, not just WordPress core, but a lot of the PHP community has to deal with. Except a lot of the PHP community has a lot smaller user base and can drop PHP versions more easily. And WordPress has different considerations there. So we're making life difficult on ourselves, but we're also fixing it.
Yeah. And by doing this, we're now separating the conversation about when we drop or raise support for the PHP version, right? So we change to a different version from the need of the test being able to run. The test will be able to run across different versions, whereas before it was blocking us.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I think that makes for a healthier conversation as well.
I do too, because then we can get back to talking about what's good for users, what's good for the project, what's good for extenders and so on, versus we need our test to run. Okay. All right. Anything else anybody wants to talk about?
Well, there's a couple of action points which need follow up. Obviously, I'm going to do the CI commit. Yep. Does someone want to write up the ticket for renaming expect deprecated?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. Then we need a ticket for standard class with invoke. I should probably write that up as I have all the details available for that. What about the tickets which needs to be opened about backporting some of these fixes or framework setups to other WordPress versions? Is there a volunteer to write that up?
I'll do that. Yeah, leave that with me.
Okay.
Were there any other tickets which needed opening, which I haven't mentioned?
Let me look.
And can we look at Sergey for doing the commits once those PRs are ready?
I'm looking right at him. Sergey's like, huh?
We did talk about potentially showing a user-friendly message, didn't we, when the test suite runs? Mm-hmm. Should we do that as a separate ticket, or?
Let's do that as a separate ticket.
I wouldn't want that to hold up the work
Yeah.
we've done so far.
Yeah, we had 2 tickets or 2 conversations about 2 different messages. One is that just when we bootstrap, we put a message there. And the second one was intercepting through the test runner and putting up a message if they're using the method signatures that's going to cause a break for them and pointing them off. Of course, we don't have the documentation for that yet, but just having both those. Do you think both those in the same ticket? Or do you want to create...
Let's discuss it in one ticket and whether we actually fix, whichever solution we choose, whether it be one of them or both of them, can then be discussed in that ticket because it is related to each other.
Okay. Was that something, Juliette, you said you were going to do to write that ticket? If not, I can.
It sounds actually like you know better.
Well, I'm just thinking you have a lot of work on your plate for finishing these things up. Sergey's going to be due committing. John's got a ticket there, so I can volunteer for a few things.
For the standard class and invoke warnings as well.
Got it. I'll take that.
And what else did we have tickets for which we needed to open? We need to open a ticket with the doc parser. The doc parser repo. For getting
might not even. I tell you what, leave that one with me, and I'll have a chat with the docs team.
Okay.
And I can have a look at the parser as well because I've done a little bit of work on that.
Leave
that one with me.
I did add a note into the existing ticket that we had to make sure that we know that we do need to run that to see if there's any impacts. So at least we don't forget. Yeah.
Yeah, and we should probably do a search through on Trac to see if there's any other tickets related to Speedtrap open. And actually, the removal of Speedtrap should probably be in this ticket anyway. So we can then just close those tickets. We just need to get a list of them.
Just to clarify, Juliette, so you're going to remove the Speedtrap listener stuff as part of 53635?
Yeah, because if we don't remove it in the same commit in which I'm going to allow the test to run on a wider range of PHPUnit versions, we need to make it compatible.
Yep.
So either we need to remove it or we need to make it compatible. So in that case, removing it, if we're going to remove it anyway, we might as well remove it then instead of having that interim step of making it compatible and having to, Make sense?
Yep.
Anything else action point wise or which I'm forgetting, which we need to share out?
I suppose we need a bit of a plan around the communication. The first step is a make post. I'm not sure. I don't know whether this warrants a post on the WordPress.org blog. I don't know. I'm sort of thinking about visibility.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the biggest problem. Let's assume there's somebody who has not heard about these changes. WordPress 5.9 is released, so they go into their CI and they add 5.9 to the test matrix. The worst that's going to happen is they're going to get failures. They're going to see this message and they'll click through. So I think probably a post or posts on make core should be enough.
Yeah, well, make core with a cross post to plugins.
Yep. And also probably get it in, the email that goes out to plugin developers every release. Probably there's actually a few links in there these days, isn't there? I know Mika puts links in there.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, we should probably also bring the people of the WordPress Monthly to make sure that they add a paragraph in the WordPress Monthly wrap up about this. And I think we could
I think
even
once
sorry.
I say once we've got a post, then we can get it to go out to various other places.
Yeah, I was thinking we should probably also ping people at WordPress Tavern, because they're typically one of
Right.
the publishers which would reach plugin developers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we can collaborate on the post that goes, the main post that goes out there.
Yeah.
On
Is there
Make
someone who wants to volunteer to write the first draft for the post? Or shall we first get the commits in and then have another discussion?
Let's get the commits in and then let's talk about that. I don't mind taking the first draft at it, but I think that we can outline some of the things we want to talk about by just getting together and say, let's just outline some of these things, because then they're all committed at that point and running. What do you think of that plan?
To be honest, I don't think there's actually going to be much in there. It'll basically be a list of the method names that have changed,
Yep.
and then information about why the changes were made.
Yep.
And I think that's about it, actually.
Yeah, sharing the context of why and then what to do is more what the thing's going to be about, right?
And it's more like if you're running in your integration test, this is what you need to do to make your test compatible.
Exactly.
And if you still want to run your test against WordPress versions below 5.2, you're out of luck, basically.
And Juliette says, I'm going to just quote that. Juliette says, you're out of luck.
You're out of luck.
So sorry.
Let's be realistic. I mean, we're being extremely considerate and minimizing BC breaks as much as possible, but we do need to move forward.
Yeah. You asked about another action item. We do have an action item of looking at where we were expecting an integer and we had to cast it to a string. So I took a note there that we do need to look at those 3 tests to be able to go back in core and take a look at the signature.
Let me open a ticket for that, because I have to commit here and I can pinpoint exactly what.
Perfect. So that's another ticket. And that was the only other ticket I had.
Let me actually check the commit message. Before I open the ticket, I'll check whether the doc blocks of those methods actually have the correct type. If they have, then it's just a test fix.
Yeah.
If they don't have the correct type, then we do need to look into it.
Then open up a ticket for them. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. And then the other action item, I was just going to go through and do a quick audit of the biggest plugins out there, and I'll just make like a little matrix of the version of PHP and the minimum version of WordPress, just so we can kind of see that makeup.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. That's all I've got from.
I think a lot of the bigger plugins have dropped support for, way back WordPress. Once WordPress dropped support for 5.6, a lot of them decided WordPress 5.2 or later was the last version they supported. And I think that's a good thing. I mean, plugins also need to move forward.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, Stephen, thanks for joining us and helping out in the conversation.
So late. Oh my God, 4 a.m.
Wow, 4 a.m. My goodness.
Respect, Stephen.
Yeah, wow, that is really early.
I started at midnight. That's respect.
That is some major respect. Wow. Yeah. All right, everybody. I really appreciate
as well.
It is very late. What time is it, Sergey, for you?
It's 9 p.m.
Oh, okay.
It's 8 p.m. here, and I think for John as well, isn't it? Or you're in Italy or in UK?
Yeah, in Italy, 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
I'm going to have my dinner now.
Oh my goodness. I am so sorry, all of you. It's only 1 p.m. for me, but yeah.
John did have one last question, but I think let's wrap up the live stream for now.
Yep.
And let's stay online for a moment, and then I'll give you
Okay.
a little bit more information about that just before you go and have your dinner.
PHPCS.
Before-
Juliette, make sure you take a note to publish the slide deck. I did share a link for folks in the live chat so that they can go and see not only that one, but all of your slide decks that you have. There's a lot of PHP 8 stuff in there to help you.
Oh, yes, and I will publish it once we wrap up completely.
Okay.
And thanks for the reminder.
You're welcome. John, Sergey, Juliette, Stephen, everybody who joined us, thank you so much. We really appreciate you all being here. This was a good working session. We came to a lot of discussions. So now we can move forward with getting our test suites to run on all the different supported versions of PHP. That's really awesome that we've unblocked this. So thanks, everybody. We'll see you next time.
Till next
Thank you so
time.
much.
Bye.
Thanks for your work, everyone. Great work.